Hello and welcome to the EcoCast, covering data protection, disaster recovery as a service, and disaster recovery. Today's event is produced by Actual Tech Media, and on today's event, you'll hear from a humongous lineup of presenters. We have experts from Nutanix, Cohesity, Datrium, Clumio, Zerto, Flexential, Druva, Pure Storage, and Unitrans. This has got to be one of the most comprehensive lineups we've ever had, and I dare say the EcoCast and Megacast disaster recovery events have got to be one of the most comprehensive lineups of solutions around data protection and disaster recovery anywhere on the internet and anywhere in the world, perhaps. And with that, I am excited to say that my name is David Davis, and I'm the moderator for today's event. Before we jump into it, we have a little bit of housekeeping that we first need to cover. You should know that we at Actual Tech Media created the EcoCast and Megacast event series to help educate IT professionals, such as yourselves, about the latest and greatest in enterprise technology, to help you do it all in one place and to get all your questions answered. At the same time, we want this to be a very educational event. We want it to be exciting and fast-paced and hopefully have some really cool demos like the ones that you'll see, I'm sure, on today's event. Now, we have a questions box there. It's just to the right of the handouts tab. If you look on your console, you'll see the word questions. And if you click on questions right there, in fact, I can highlight it for you. The questions tab, that's where you'll want to submit your questions for the dedicated Q&A sessions that we'll be doing after each one of the presenters on today's event. We also have an event schedule that you'll see. You can check that out to know, what's upcoming and what we've got planned for the day's events. We also have a Twitter widget there that you can tweet directly from your console with today's hashtag. That'll be automatically appended. We also have handouts. You'll want to check those out in the handouts tab. It's there that you can download PDF resources and access web links that have been hand-selected by today's presenters for additional information on their solution. And then finally, you might have heard we have some prizes on the EcoCast today. We'll be giving out 6 Amazon $500 gift cards. You must be live in attendance to qualify, and there also are some other prize terms and conditions. You can find those in the handouts tab. There's a link to prize terms and conditions. All prize winners must submit an IRS Form W-9 to Actual Tech Media, and winners have the option to make a donation to selected charities. Actual Tech Media has partnered with Direct Relief Charity, and until COVID-19 is beat, we will be donating $500 to Direct Relief for every EcoCast event that we run. Direct Relief is a great charity that provides medical supplies to frontline healthcare professionals. So we encourage you to check out the Direct Relief charity and support them as we are doing. We also are supporting through Gorilla.guide, the Gorilla Guide Book Club. We're supporting some other charities here, the One Tree Planted and the Diane Fossey Gorilla Fund. If you would like to support those as well, we would, of course, welcome that. We will be announcing prize winners throughout the event. Those are listed on the schedule. And moving on from prizes, just briefly here on social media, we'll be tweeting about the event over on Twitter with the hashtag ATMEcoCast. That will be automatically appended if you tweet using the Twitter widget there in the console, so you never have to leave the console to tweet. You can follow Actual Tech Media on Twitter and me, David M. Davis, as well. I also want to remind you on the top right-hand side of your audience console there are icons to our YouTube channel, our Facebook page, and our Twitter page and our LinkedIn page as well. And we're posting all of our latest content over on LinkedIn, so we encourage you to check us out and follow us over there. Now, before I introduce you to today's first presenter, I want to do a little bit of stage setting here when it comes to disaster recovery and data protection. I'm a former IT manager myself. We went through a whole year-long process of trying to improve our disaster recovery plan, which was pretty much non-existent. And we spent a great deal of time, doing the planning, the testing, selecting facilities at that time. Back then, cloud wasn't an option. We'll talk about cloud disaster recovery a lot on the event today. And, the challenge, of course, that I know many of you are facing is that, lack of funds. That was a challenge. Not enough budget, for disaster recovery. Another challenge was the dynamic changing environment. So things, as we're trying to plan, things kept changing in the IT organization. New applications were added, software was upgraded, we added more clients. Things kept changing as we were trying to plan at the same time. So I encourage you to, do a little introspection and look at what's your disaster recovery plan look like today. Where are you at this point as you look at the different solutions that are available today? Think about your challenges. Think about where you want to go in the future, and see how these solutions might be able to help you. I mean, it is a scary time for all of us in the IT organization. We have massively growing data sets. We have data that's being distributed across mobile devices, laptops, across the internet, different SaaS services. Our company's data is just everywhere. So the thought of trying to protect all that data and plan in the event that some portion or all of that data is lost can be rather daunting. At the same time, data is being attacked, it's being sold, it's being held for ransom, and there's scary stats in the news like these. Cybercrime damages are going to hit $6 trillion annually by 2021. We see other stats like global ransomware damage costs are predicted to exceed $11.5 billion annually by 2019. That's a little bit dated stat, but to a lot of us, by the way, I love Legos, and so I'm going to make this analogy here. To a lot of us, our disaster recovery plans and data protection solutions are a little bit like a bunch of broken Legos. I mean, some of us have very well done plans, I'm sure, but I'm sure there's also a lot of companies out there that are kind of struggling to put all these pieces together to make this thing work. I mean, what we're trying to get to, is something like this, which is actually in Legoland, Florida. I took that picture there. A very solid, very well-defined disaster recovery and data protection solution that can withstand, any sort of attack and get us up and running and recovered, quickly and efficiently. I mean, that's the kind of thing we're shooting for. A cloud protection or just disaster recovery in the cloud offers a number of benefits, and I'm sure just about every solution on here today will be talking about that or will mention that in some shape or form. I mean, cloud disaster recovery has this utility-based, consumption-based pricing model. It seems to be infinitely scalable. It's elastic. It can shape to our needs. It's on demand. A lot of times you don't have to pay for what you consume until you actually use it. Pre-built, it's automated, and it's making disaster recovery far easier than ever before. So I think there's a lot of promise in disaster recovery as a service and disaster recovery in the cloud. If I were shopping for a disaster recovery or data protection solution today, at a high level, you want to make sure that it's high performance backup and, more importantly, restore or recovery. Because if you get hit by ransomware, you need to get that data back and get it back quickly. It needs to be scalable to your company's data and scalable to the cloud, as needed. I would look for solutions that are affordable, of course, within your budget, solutions that are easy to test and that make disaster recovery easy, because that's what we all need. As IT professionals, disaster recovery can't be a year-long project. We need disaster recovery now, and we need it to be easy because we have so many other more important things to do, like enabling the business applications, enabling work-from-home solutions at this point, and making our company more competitive in the industry. And then finally, solid support, because disaster recovery isn't just a checkbox. It's different for every company, and things are going to come up, when you have a disaster. So I think support is always important. And like I said at the start here, I think we've got an amazing lineup of solutions. I'm not going to name all the companies again today. You'll see them on the agenda there on the event schedule. and I'm about to introduce our first presenter. So we've got some really exciting presentations lined up for you today. Now, before I introduce you to our first presenter, just one quick poll question here, and we'll be doing polls throughout the event. So, of course, we appreciate your participation in these polls. The poll question on your screen is, what's your time frame for adding new or updating existing data protection or disaster recovery solutions at your company? Is this something that you're considering doing right now in the next 6 months, maybe 6 to 12 or 12 to 24, or perhaps you're just not sure? So, of course, we appreciate your participation in that poll. And excellent. Thank you, everyone who responded to that. And with that, it's my pleasure to introduce our first presenter on today's EcoCast event. That is Mr. John Hildebrand, Principal Technologist at Cohesity. John, are you there?
I hope so.
It's great to have you on again, John. Take it away.
All right. Well, good morning and good afternoon to everybody out there. So, let's advance these slides. All right. First things first. Everybody has heard the K word. It's the hottest platform, I guess you can state from an infrastructure perspective out there right now. So we're going to talk about what Cohesity is going to be doing for Kubernetes. First things first, if you have not heard about us, we are, I would say, a pretty far along company as far as startup is concerned. Many of you may have heard last week we had our Series E announcement. So we're getting a lot of good money coming in. We're doing a lot of good things from revenue growth perspective. And the biggest thing to note is our founder, Dr. Mohit Aaron, pretty experienced across the board from co-founding Nutanix, CEO of Cohesity, and one of the leads on the Google file system. The reason I point out the Google file system is it's going to be very important to a few slides later. Okay, so first things first. How does we take a look at how Google manages consumer data out there? First things first, they took that web scale file system platform for consolidation purpose. Then what they did is created a manageability layer. This is where APIs, this is where interaction layers with the file system came into play. Then on top of it, you build apps and service. Not a day goes by that if you use anything in the Google ecosystem that you're not using this stack, whether it's Gmail, Google Maps, YouTube, anything from that perspective. Now, take that model in consideration to what we're experiencing at most enterprises. This is where mass data fragmentation comes into, where we have pockets of data all over the place, whether it's in our data centers, remote offices, public clouds. And what happens is, as it spreads out, things become more fragmented, inefficient, and dark. We have no idea what most of that data is. Now, a lot of this is caused by siloed point solutions. So when you start looking at what you may have in these locations, you may have individual pockets of data protection for individual applications. Target storage, servers and media types, files and objects, cloud gateways. These are all spread all over this entire landscape that you're trying to manage. Now, what are we trying to do as a company? What we're trying to do is eliminate those silos and consolidate everything down into our platform. Now, as you saw, we have listed there data protection, file shares, other sorts of, I just about said the S word. I'm not about to say the secondary word. Now, other types of data that can be consolidated down in a file fashion, and cloud integration. Now, remember what we talked about from a Google perspective. We're trying to build a similar architecture for enterprise data management. You start off by a file system. So that's where data platform comes into play. It's a single platform written by our our file system SpanFS. You build on top of it a layer of management. This is where our APIs, SDKs, and specifically Helios, our global domain manager, come in to help with simplified global management. Then on top of it, you build the apps and services. From a technical perspective, our data protection component is an app running on top of this. Add in conjunction other apps available from our marketplace capability, and you can start to add more extensions and capabilities to the platform that directly access the data on it. Now, expand that across the ecosystem of multiple different sources, if you will, from virtual to physical to cloud, scale out targets for other sorts of data protection solutions, and put that on top of our platform that can work from the edge to the cloud to on our data centers or on premises. So we can add a lot of different sources coming in. Now, the one we're going to talk about today is the blue and white wheel, Kubernetes. Now, for those of us who aren't aware of Kubernetes, which I'm very hard-pressed to believe most of us aren't aware of it, the adoption of it is on the rise. So applications that will feature some shred of microservices is definitely on the rise. We're expecting some capability of microservices in just about every application that's out there. Kubernetes is slowly becoming, well, I should not say slowly, but it is becoming the de facto standard for container infrastructure. And enterprises, even up until last year, were definitely planning or at least getting ready for adoption of container-based applications within just, again, within the last year. So, does Kubernetes need protection? There's a lot of misinformation about what actually happens within the Kubernetes layer. The nirvana of container-based applications is that we end up with the stateless temporary instance. But one could state that application folks may not necessarily have that as the end goal, especially in mind long term. There's all sorts of data that can be in the containers. There's all sorts of data that can be attached to the container. And in some particular cases, the state of the application is very important. So being able to move or reuse that state is probably the key component for data protection of a Kubernetes environment. So if you start to take some of the current approach of what we're trying to do to protect Kubernetes, think of some of the solutions that you've used in the past. Some of them may not be aware of the application state or be application consistent. The architectural limitations may need that agents may need to be deployed. And the last thing you want is to add extra components to these lightweight containers. And then being unable to restore the applications either to another site or just over the top of an existing application set is going to be very hard for some of these applications to do. Even in some of the modern point solutions, some of them may introduce, again, data silos and fragmentation. And then adding more complexity in your environment, the last thing you need is another set of UIs to have to hit. So, as we take a look at what solution that Cohesity is doing for Kubernetes backup and recovery, so the first thing we do is a very simplified workflow to register the source. Then we're able to back up namespaces on the Kubernetes source. And then we're able to restore the namespaces back to that Kubernetes source. Up to and including, I will mention based off the diagram, to other locations. It could be a public cloud implementation. It could be a different on-premises site. So as long as there's a Kubernetes endpoint, we're able to restore the namespace to it. So we back up and restore the entire namespace, including the data, including persistent volume information, and obviously then any of the state of the application, any of the configuration within Kubernetes itself. And then again, we can restore to an original location or to an alternate Kubernetes cluster. And from that point, we've got migration and disaster recovery support for that entire application. So what I'm going to do is, I know David's very excited about them because he loves demos. Unfortunately, my live environment is unavailable at this point. So you will get a video. So it's close, but not quite. Okay? All right, so we are looking at the Cohesity user interface. So what I've already done is I've registered a Kubernetes source. In actuality, all that was determining the API endpoint and getting the bearer authentication token for a user with the privileges to be able to pull this information from the cluster. All right. So now you see we have 7 unprotected objects. So we're looking through those, and you can see that we have all of our namespaces. The key one that we're going to focus on is the Nginx example. But you can see some of the base Kubernetes namespaces that are available on this cluster. All right, so we're going to switch over and make sure that the list is consistent. So you can see we've got some of the same namespaces. The Nginx example has 2 containers within for the Nginx component. That's what we're going to target here for backup and recovery capos. Okay, so I switch back to the user interface, and what I'm going to do is protect that particular namespace. So we go down and select a Kubernetes cluster. I'm going to give my job a name. You can see I made this video for a vmug. The good thing about videos, you can reuse them. I'm going to select my source. Now I'm going to navigate through that source, and I'm going to select the namespace I want to back up, which in this case, again, Nginx example. I'm going to tell it a policy. So that's the thing for frequency and retention. So we got our defaults. You can build new policies in our system if you need them. Okay, and now I'm going to protect this. Now, as this is going through the first job, I've moved forward a little bit. I'm going to look at some of the job information so we don't leave it so that you don't see what's happening. So I can look through and you can see that I've got a little bit of a play-by-play of what's actually happening with that backup. As you see, more information just appeared. So this is walking through and showing what happened during that backup job. So this is writing to some of our file system, which is presenting certain volumes as S3 buckets to the helper components and then writing the data from the backup job to that S3 bucket. So you can see that's where at the bottom where we talked about the external S3 view. Okay, so now that we've backed this up, I'm going to advance this to where we're going to do a recovery. Because, again, you're only as good as your recovery when it comes to backing anything up. All right, so I went and searched. So it gave me two options, the actual namespace and the job. So I'm going to select the namespace. Click on continue. Now I'm going to be asked a couple more questions. Now, in this particular case, if we had more recovery points, you could select through a calendar for older backup sets that you may have currently as retented on the device. So what we're going to do here is we're going to rename the namespace during the recovery. So I'm going to add a prefix and a postfix or a suffix. And then I have an option with the other slider to recover the namespace to a new location. So this is kind of the DR-ish functionality for a new location, moving the app from one Kubernetes cluster to another cluster. Okay, so I'm going to start the recovery. So while this is going, again, we're going to give a play-by-play of the recovery job as it happens. But what I'm going to do here, let's advance this a little bit. Okay, so we're going to take a look at the namespaces. And as you can see, I have a new namespace with my prefix and my suffix associated, and you can see it just started within the last few seconds. So we have essentially recovered that Nginx namespace and brought it back as a new namespace on this Kubernetes cluster. Let me advance. And I wanted to show the play-by-play of what actually occurred during the recovery job. So that is a quick walkthrough of the Kubernetes. Well, at least I should say our V1 of Kubernetes backup and recoveries. So I'm going to stop the screen sharing there. And we're going to advance this to a little Q&A.
Awesome. You know I love demos, John. Very cool. Very cool stuff. And this is cutting.
I really wanted to give you a live demo, but you know, I got what I could.
Well, this was cool because I've never seen this before, and actually before this, I didn't know that Kubernetes or the Cohesity could protect Kubernetes. So to me, this is breaking news here, cutting edge stuff. So thank you for sharing that with us. We do have some questions for you. While we do that, I'm just going to bring up this poll question that says, what additional information would you like about the Cohesity solution? I'll leave that up there for the audience. So first question here, Charles came in. He's asking, what sort of granularity can you do with the restore? I'm thinking specifically for Kubernetes, perhaps.
Now, again, and I will mention V1, we targeted the namespace. So right now, namespace is the only object that we can work with right now, but we are going to expand that in future versions to other components and more granularity. But okay, as mentioned, a V1, so we had to start somewhere.
Okay, yeah. Well, that's cool. Another question they're asking is about, is there an additional cost when protecting Kubernetes versus legacy apps like Oracle?
No. It is considered a regular connector, no different than Oracle. The only thing for cost to worry about is if you're going to use a public cloud endpoint.
And when you say public cloud endpoint, does that mean protecting, say, a Kubernetes cluster that's running in the cloud?
Correct. So things like GKE from GCP. So the costs associated with it and potentially any egress charges that you may have to worry about depending upon network traffic.
Okay. But that brings up an important point. You can protect Kubernetes not just running on premises in a local data center. You can protect it anywhere.
Yep. Yep. The idea is if you can get to the Kubernetes API endpoint, that's what matters.
Okay. Another question here. How is Cohesity's scale-out architecture, or how does the scale-out architecture help protect distributed workloads like Kubernetes? I don't know if you already covered that or if you want to go into more detail.
So the distributed architecture of the platform?
Yeah.
So right now, think of it again. It's based a little bit on the architecture of Google's file system. So it's very self-healing, multiple nodes doing and spreading workloads across of it. So obviously the more nodes that you have, the more distributed data coming in and out of the cluster is going to be. So I would state that based off the NASCAR slide of the different endpoints that we can manage, that I feel like I'm struggling a bit with the question, but the architecture itself allows for spreading these workloads across multiple nodes, and regardless of where the location.
Okay. Nice. Another question came in, and they're asking about what about protecting other workloads like MongoDB, Cassandra, and Office 365?
Yeah, those are built into the platform as well. We have a native Office 365 connector that allows for Exchange and OneDrive with SharePoint coming. And for some of those other databases, one may remember that, well, David, we did an EcoCast a while back, or I did one about our Imanis acquisition that allows for us to do Cassandra and MongoDB backup and recovery within the Cohesity ecosystem.
Nice. So, I mean, what are the biggest challenges you really see when people are trying to protect Kubernetes workloads?
Well, again, I think a lot of it is the architecture of the app. Sometimes those features aren't exactly readily bubbled up to the surface. So I would state this, working in a legacy application shop like I did before coming to Cohesity, I mean, how many folks have their entire application architecture mapped out 100%? There's always a missing file share somewhere. There's always a missing link to another third-party server. So the same sort of thing could potentially happen within the Kubernetes layer. The only difference that you get is there is some shred of configuration that is done that you can get with that application state, but it's not going to get absolutely everything. Like, it's not going to get firewall ports potentially to other locations, but it will get a vast majority of the infrastructure layer taken care of.
Okay, nice. Slightly different topic. Patrick's asking, what about protecting full VMware images? Can Cohesity do that?
VMware images? Yeah, VMware is one of our bread and butters. So on now the latest versions with like Tanzu, we're still working towards validation for those sorts of things. But many of the base VMware operations, whether that's templates or active VM, we're able to protect most of those in just with mostly default settings.
Okay, nice. So if people want to get started with Cohesity or try it out, what do you recommend on that front?
Well, I know obviously we can follow up with from the sales perspective, but especially if you just so happen to be like a vExpert or some of the other, I'd say, elevated access folks with other companies, we actually have been offering up the capabilities of running our virtual edition for personal use. So that would be a good opportunity to reach out to us and gain access to the software and be able to run it in a, at least in a virtualized environment to at least start it working with the user interface and things like that.
Very cool. Very cool. Well, again, really cool having you on with a cool demo. Thanks so much, John.
All right. Thanks a lot.
For more information on Cohesity, check out the Handouts tab right there. And the very first handout is Cohesity's Data Protection for Kubernetes Solution Brief. Of course, Cohesity protects many other workloads than Kubernetes, so check out cohesity.com for more information. And with that, I'm excited to introduce you to our next presenter on today's event. That is Mr. Chad Kinney, Vice President and Chief Technologist at Clumio. Chad, are you there?
Yes. How are you doing?
Doing great. Doing great. It's great to have you on,
Awesome.
Chad. Take it away.
Awesome. Thanks so much for having me. Excited to spend some time with you guys. So today we're going to do a little bit of a journey to the clouds with Clumio, so you can see how we're helping protect customer environments along their cloud journey across many different clouds out there. And so one of the things that we look at is every enterprise really is looking to try to get to an optimized cloud type of methodology or actually architecture itself. And everyone starts off on the traditional applications that run on-prem. And at some point, they get this kind of cloud-first mandate. And there's a bunch of choices here. You have proprietary apps and non-proprietary apps. For the non-proprietary apps, many people went with the easy button, which was an all SaaS solution to make it so you didn't really have to do any work to re-architect the application and get value out of it instantaneously. That's kind of what we did with Clumio. Now, some people went the lift and shift route, where they took the applications as they exist on-prem, moved them into the public cloud, and got the leverage of removing infrastructure complexity and the management of that infrastructure. Some even go even further into fully optimized with leveraging platform as a service offerings, such as RDS and AWS. And this gives them full leverage because now they don't have to deal with the complexity of even managing the database. It's a managed service or platform as a service offering. But for many, lift and shift was relatively expensive. It became kind of a, call it more expensive colo. And it required people to repatriate data back on premises and go the route that many people are trying to get to, which is the net new development on cloud native resources and services within the public cloud. And what's nice about this is that you get the full utility and agility of the public cloud to be truly cloud native and be able to go between dev and prod and innovate quickly. And this is exactly kind of where Clumio started with net new development in cloud. Now, when you look at data protection and the challenges associated with this cloud journey, there's a bunch of things that start to pop up as top of mind. First is infrastructure complexity. Managing data across all of these different clouds makes it very difficult because in many cases you need a different tool or even from the same company, a different part of their application, resulting in a challenge around consistency of protection. Next, you have a lot of vulnerabilities, especially in the public cloud, where things like snapshots are the predominant way to protect data, but that doesn't give you much protection against ransomware or even bad actors in your own environment because data is actually stored right next to these snapshots that are created out there. And of course, you can go ahead and replicate that data across to other accounts, but then you run into the hidden costs with egress charges being immensely costly, and not really having an optimized way of transferring data across clouds becomes immensely expensive to most enterprises. And with anybody, security is immensely top of mind. Well, as data becomes dispersed, the security challenge even becomes larger. And so the options to solve this challenge today are really three main ways of doing it. One, you could do what you do on-prem, but just do it in the cloud, kind of be the lift and shift. We call them the cloud retrofits or cloud clusters. This is taking a scale-out node architecture as an example and just throwing it up in the public cloud and having the customer own the cogs of that particular solution and run it, manage it, and have that infrastructure in their own cloud architecture. You have the ability to do snapshot management, so you can manage snapshots through API calls and the like, and use Amazon as the protection mechanism, but you just kind of help the customer through the process. Or you actually have a full backup as a service offering that provides value to customers to protect data in a consistent fashion, but also provide a true air gap solution outside the customer's security sphere. So let's dig into each of these. First, we have the cloud retrofits or the cloud clusters. These things are things you find on-prem. And what most people do in the cloud is they first use the S3 buckets as an archive tier, moving data to make it so that you provide less capacity on-prem, and there's some good cost reduction associated to it. The downside here is that you're not really using cloud agility, and you're not really getting much value out of the cloud other than just a cheaper way of storing data. Others are doing the kind of lift and shift methodology here, where they took the cluster and moved it to the cloud and said, go ahead and send your data there. And you deal with all sorts of challenges with this. You have heavy costs of a system that was built for servers, now unfortunately is running 24/7 in the public cloud at sizably high cost per monthly bill. And it's variable depending upon how much you actually use it. We've also seen a lot of challenges here around really not getting much agility because you just have to add more and more nodes in order to get the performance. So we don't really think this is the stellar solution for most enterprises. How snapshot orchestrators work are even more interesting. One is, let's say you have an EBS volume in one customer account. You take multiple snapshots to protect the data, and you realize, wow, this is getting relatively expensive. And so you decide to find a mechanism to reduce long-term costs by moving data out to, let's say, a lower tier of S3. And this is great for some protection. It's all in the same account, which doesn't give you much air gap protection whatsoever. Some people, though, on the other hand, decide they're going to replicate that to another account so that they can get protection capabilities across accounts, effectively creating their own air gap solution. The downside to this solution is that you got both the cost of storing it in your production account, as well as the replication charges and the additional charges of storing all of those in the secondary account. This is relatively problematic, and not to mention, this is very difficult when you have multiple different accounts, many enterprises, hundreds if not thousands of accounts, to support this type of consistent methodology. And it doesn't protect you against a lot of things that enterprises are looking for today, such as an air gap solution for ransomware and data loss protection. So at the end of the day, there must be a better solution to this challenge. So our founding vision here at Clumio was to build a data platform on top of all the public clouds that allows you to take private, public, and SaaS data and consolidate that onto a data platform so that you could run various different services on top of it. The first as-a-service offering we're providing to customers is a backup as a service offering. We've seen this evolution occur in multiple different areas. Data centers went from local data centers to co-location to as-a-service offerings for infrastructure and platform as a service. We see compute gone from bare metal to virtualization to now serverless containers and a whole different way of computing than we ever have in the past. We've seen the database architectures go from software such as Oracle plus hardware with storage devices and compute to these kind of hyper-converged appliances to now going to true database as a services with Snowflake and Redshift and those types of solutions. And we believe backup's going through this same kind of transition where the legacy kind of hardware-software mixtures have been fixed in many cases for the deployment model with these appliances. But longer term, people are looking to reduce any of the overhead and management of on-prem infrastructure and to be able to provide this as a service offering in the public cloud so you can leverage the agility, the scalability, and the continued innovation in the public cloud directly. So how this works is quite nice if you think about it. You have a centralized control plane that manages all of your clouds in one single pane of glass. You've got the view of where the data resides across each one of these things. Now, longer term, today we're in AWS. Longer term, we'll add in Azure and GCP. But we plant a data plane in our own cloud service in each of these clouds, and enable customers to be able to take data from their on-prem instance, reduce that to its smallest possible form factor with dedupe and compression, as well as encryption. And then within the public clouds, to avoid egress charges and the like, We reduce the data set inside the cloud, keeping data gravity in full tact, and keep that data natively stored in the public cloud it was created in. This gives you one single index, consolidated information into one view, and one catalog to be able to search from. So what Clumio is an authentic SaaS solution for enterprise backup, reducing the challenges of infrastructure, making it easy to manage, giving you predictable costs, scaling on demand, and focusing on security and compliance most importantly. The main thing is there's no infrastructure on premises or even in the cloud to manage. There's a single pane of glass to manage all of your clouds, and you can set it up in less than 15 minutes. I'm going to show you in a quick demo here quickly. There's also very, very predictable costs, where the cloud is always a variable cost basis. We give you predictability with per VM pricing. Doesn't matter the size, you get consistency around that. We also do a per terabyte basis for EBS, giving you predictability for the provision amount versus having to deal with the changes and fluctuations of growth and shrinking within the environment, and giving you predictability in the operational expenditure. We're also able to scale to any size environment. We have customers that go from the hundreds of VMs to thousands of VMs overnight without having to give us a heads up whatsoever. And the environment scales to whatever needs that any enterprise would ever demand. We've also built in highly intelligent bandwidth utilization to ensure that data is sent in its smallest possible form factor, but also do things like reverse change block tracking to ensure data that is restored from the public cloud is restored in its most efficient fashion, only pulling back the data blocks required to resubstantiate the data. And the other fun part to this is there's no egress charges whatsoever. And so where, in many cases, you hear from a lot of people and vendors about egress charges may be variable depending on how much you restore. Being that this is an entire service offering, or as a service offering, there's no variability to the way that data is actually pulled back, and there's no charges that you take on. The other big one is that we're focused heavily on security. Ransomware and data loss protection is a big thing, and we do this through an air gap solution where all data resides in our own cloud, and it's immutable so that no one, none of the bad guys can get access into our system and be able to manipulate your data in the event that they get into into the customer's environment. We also do all data at rest, and we enable data in flight and enable the ability to have one policy that applies to all different data sets. Last one I'll go through real quick just to kind of give you a quick overview. We built in a highly optimized cloud native solution with a disaggregated control plane and data plane that allows us to be able to use the resources of the public cloud with serverless computing functions to give predictability around scale, give you very high scalability from a performance perspective, and be able to innovate very, very quickly by adding in newer and newer functions without disruptions to the platform whatsoever, and bring on things like new regions, which I'll show you here today, very, very quickly with a disaggregated data plane. The last part here is that with the ability to do ransomware and data loss protection, we're actually moving the data outside of a customer's environment. This is a big win for them so that they don't have to actually manage the data, nor do they have to worry about people getting access to the data in the event that they get access to their environment. All right, so really quickly, I'm going to jump through a quick demo so you guys can see what this looks like. And hopefully you guys can see my screen at this point. Anyone validate that that's the case before I jump through this? Awesome.
Looks good.
All right, cool. So we're going to jump through this relatively fast. This will be probably one of the quickest demos ever, but I know we're running short on time. So from just the login of this, you see we have home policies reports and then various different data sources. And the nice part about and the power of SaaS is the ability to be able to just have new data sources pop up. In fact, you may see one here within the next month. And if you don't, when you log into this, have any sort of data sources attached, let's start off quickly with VMware. The first thing you do is you'd go in and you'd go connect a new vCenter. All we need is the fully qualified domain name or the IP address, and you can pick whether you want an on-prem VMware environment or a VMware cloud running in AWS. In this case, let's do a VMware cloud running in AWS. What it's going to do here is give me an S3 location to where the OVA is, as well as the token that you can actually put as part of the import the OVA process within your ESX cluster. Now, I'm not going to go through this because it's kind of like watching paint dry, but once it's actually completed, you'll see it shows up in here. And in this case, I have an environment that's on-prem. We'll go ahead and click on here. I can see all the information about this particular VMware cluster. I can see how much is in policy, out of policy, and unprotected. We protect data based upon tags, VM folders, clusters, hosts, as well as VMs. And the way that you protect them is via policies. Now, I mentioned you can do policies across multiple different data sources. So in this case, let's create a new policy called prod. And we will take a backup once a day for 31 days. We'll take it once a month for 12 months. And we'll take 1 year for 7 years. We can specify a particular backup window. We can figure out when we're going to seed that, whether it's in the backup window or immediately. And we can define a retention rate for on-demand backup. So if you wanted to do an instant backup for some reason, you can define that period of time that you'd like to retain it. Once this policy is created, as you can see here for prod, we can now go into the data sources that we have out there. In this case, let's go ahead and protect something in AWS. So in AWS, we have a very similar type of model when you connect the account. In this case, instead of an OVA, you load up a cloud formation template, and that allows you to be able to see all of your accounts in one single pane of glass. Now, we just brought Canada on as a region, so there's only one account currently located here, but you'd see all of them if they were in this. In this case, I can go protect based upon tags as an example. And so if I look at this, I can see, we have multiple different tags that are currently out here today, and we have policies that are assigned to it. I can go to particular EBS volumes and see which ones are currently set up here as well at any point in time. I can go do restores of a particular VM. In this example, going back to VMware, I can go, let's say, protect my entire cluster as a default protection mechanism with, let's say, my policy. So I'll go to clusters. I'll go to my data center, you can see here, and policy 2 is currently assigned. I could remove that policy, or I could specify a different policy like prod and change that policy to the new policy. This will now go ahead and seed that based upon the new policy, and since they've already been seeded, it will just continue to do incremental backups based upon the new policy mechanism. The last part I'll show you is a few fun innovations that we've added in recently where you can do full browse and restore. So first I'll go look for our CEO's VM. He says he has a file he's looking for called final for the PowerPoint. It's going to go search for that one, and I can pick the particular file that I'd like. I can then go pick the various versions that exist out there and go ahead and restore that file. That will then show up as a download here that I can locally restore and be able to provide to the end user. Now, if I wanted to actually go to a particular VM, I have the ability to be able to do things like restores across clouds. Restores across clouds. So if I wanted to do something like restore this from my on-prem infrastructure to my VMware cloud running in AWS, I could go ahead and say I'd like to restore to VMware Cloud on AWS, this vCenter, this cluster, and pick resource pools, folders, even set new tags with the ability to set the adapter and power on the machine. And I will then instantly restore that back into the other cloud, giving you a protected migration mechanism. But you could also restore it back to the main cluster itself. All right, so that's a quick overview, and I would love to dig in deeper with you at some point into both AWS, because you could do single file restores, as well as even restoring EBS volumes into alternate accounts in the event that you have a ransomware attack or some sort of loss of data. All right, I'll hand it back to the team there.
Great presentation, Chad. I really love the live demo. Thank you so much for doing that. I know it takes a little extra time, but it's really cool to see the product in action. So we do have some questions coming in for you. While we do those, I'm just going to bring up this poll that says, what additional information would you like about the Clumio solution? I'll just leave that up there for the audience to answer while we do some Q&A. So first question that came in, they're asking, what kinds of security features are provided by Clumio?
Yeah, great question. So we obviously have the ability to be able to do encryption at rest and in flight. We've finalized a lot of compliance certifications. So we have our ISO 27001, we have our SOC 2 Type 1, HIPAA compliance, and various others. I would say from a security perspective, the big thing for customers is that we are outside the customer's environment altogether, meaning that data is actually copied outside of both on-prem and cloud assets into an air-gap solution outside the environment. And data is stored in an immutable format where no updates or manipulation of that data can occur. And so if the bad guys get access to your environment, they can't get access to our environment, and you always have the ability to be able to restore that in the event that you have data loss from an internal, let's say, bad actor, or an external bad actor for things like ransomware.
Nice, nice, excellent. Next question, they're asking, what is Clumio's strategy for providing redundant or distributed services or failover systems?
Yeah, great question. So we have the first one, we kind of talked about a little bit in the demo, which was taking a VMware environment and restoring it back to VMware Cloud running in AWS. It gives you a little bit of a disaster recovery type solution, similar to AWS, where let's say, you want to restore data for a test dev environment. You can restore an EBS volume or a series of EBS volumes, or even an entire account if you'd like, to another account as a DR capability. Longer term, we'll start embedding more and more solutions that build workflows to do this in an automated fashion. But we've made it so ridiculously simple at this point. It's very easy for our customers to leverage the platform in these user cases, and just imagine some of the future ones as well. And moving data around across clouds is not an easy effort, and we make it very simple for the end consumer.
Nice, nice. We all need simple. Let's see, next question is, do customers really spend $8,000 to $10,000 a month just for EC2? I don't know if you can cover that.
Sure. So you're welcome to ask some of the other folks who do this. It was I've heard this from customers. I've also seen it in some of the tech field days. So check those out from other vendors and ask some of the nodes that move into the cloud guys. I think that's a great question for them.
Okay. Next question, how does Clumio turn AWS innovation into benefits for Clumio customers?
Great question. All right, so I'll give you a prime example. We were actually the first partner to implement what is the new EBS APIs. They're called the direct APIs. This allowed us to be able to do things like change block tracking on EBS volumes instead of doing snapshot diffs between the two. And so we took the innovation, which we worked with AWS on, and now it reduces the cost model for us. So that's one great thing just on our overall efficiency. But second, it reduced the incremental backup times for EBS volumes by 80 to 90%. And so that's just a quick example of where we build in efficiencies, where newer innovations are built into the cloud. But just think about the power of a platform that has a consolidated view of all of your data, an index of all of it, and a catalog of all the files associated to it. Just imagine the power that could come with that, with additional services and offerings that we could apply natively from AWS, APIs to third parties, or even build our own services natively on top of it as well.
Nice, nice. Next question is about architecture and the control plane. Is there only one Clumio control plane, or can there be multiple control planes across clouds and regions?
So today, typically, we will deploy a control plane, and then we're only in AWS today, so part of this is somewhat segmented based upon today's reality. But we're in AWS today, which means that the control plane exists in one of the regions, but you can have multiple regions managed by that centralized control plane. As we continue to evolve and move to multiple clouds, we'll have the ability of running control planes in any of the clouds, as well as the data plane running in any of the clouds. As an example, if a customer, let's say, was only in Azure, it would be kind of crazy to have the control plane be in AWS to manage all the data only in Azure. So we would have the ability to be able to land that in any cloud that exists out there.
That makes sense. Yeah, makes sense. Okay, nice. And another question here they're asking about, is this a software-only product? Is hardware required? How does that work?
Awesome. We believe in no infrastructure whatsoever. So the only thing that you purchase is, the per VM or per terabyte for EBS. It is as simple as, creating a Facebook or a LinkedIn account. You go in and put an email address and password. For a VMware environment, we deploy an OVA. That OVA is a collector of information, as well as an ability for us to do dedupe and compression on premises and stream data back to our cloud. It is pretty tiny. It's 4 vCPUs, 8 gigs of RAM, and about 26 gigabytes of capacity. So it's very small form factor. No infrastructure whatsoever is the methodology, and no management of that infrastructure, even in the public cloud as well.
Nice. Nice. Here's another question from Jerome. He's asking, what approach does Clumio use to make sure the client's RTO and RPO needs will be met?
Good question. So these resolve a little bit more around disaster recovery than they do on data protection. But what we pretty much do is we specify a particular backup window. We have a bunch of mechanisms to, determine how much bandwidth you're going to utilize. But what we provide effectively is a ability to create a policy and define that policy even down to a 4-hour window. And so you get to define the policy. We give you the ability to define the bandwidth, and we reduce the data set down as far as we possibly can.
All right, nice. Another question. They say, we're migrating VMs to the cloud with VMware Cloud on AWS. Did you say that you support both with one service?
Yes, we do. In fact, there's a few interesting differentiators that I didn't dig into, which may be interesting for you. For one, we can help you with the migration, even if you like, to be able to restore VMs in VMware Cloud and AWS from your on-prem instance. And so in the demo here, I showed you that we had both up and running. And so you can manage them with one single policy and one single pane of glass. But one of the cool parts here is that even though you're in AWS and we're in AWS, in many cases, most solutions actually send data over the internet gateway, which means that you incur sizable egress charges for all of your backups. We built in the ability to do connection to an S3 target within our account through an ENI, and that allows us to be able to do no cost backups other than, no egress cost backups. And we are the only solution in VMC to be able to provide that.
Excellent, excellent. So I think that's all the time we have in our live Q&A, but I'm curious, if somebody wanted to get started with Clumio, what do you recommend? What's the next step?
Yes, well, first off, as you can see in the demo, it's ridiculously simple, and so we'd love to get you to try the platform. We have the ability to test this out with POCs, the ability to run it in your environment. In sales calls within 1 hour, in many cases, customers deploy the OVA, it discovers the environment, they're already backing up before we leave. So take us for a test drive, and I think you'll fall in love with the platform.
Excellent, excellent. Well, thank you so much for being on the event today, Chad.
Thank you. Have a great day.
For more information on Clumio, visit the URL that's right there in your Handouts tab. It's the second choice there from the top. That'll take you to the Clumio website, and you can try it out for yourself. And with that, it's time for our first prize announcement. We have an Amazon $500 gift card going to Mark Maruzzo from California. Congratulations, Mark Maruzzo from California. 5 more gift cards to give away still today, so make sure you stay tuned. And now I'm excited to introduce our next presenter. That is Mr. Steve Hasselbach, Manager of Solutions Architecture at Flexential. Steve, are you there?
I am here. Thank you.
Thank you for being on. Take it away, Steve.
Thank you very much. Well, good afternoon. My name is Steve Hasselbach, and I'm the Manager of Solutions Architect for Flexential. Today, I'd like to share some information from the field regarding our current landscape today. Everyone attendee has been significantly affected by our current crisis, and everyone's being affected in different ways. So as kids, most of us remember this game, Risk. Maybe some of us played it last night. I actually played Clue last night, but let's focus on Risk. We could wage war against our friends without lifting a weapon or actually taking over countries. Any mistakes in your strategy could be analyzed and fixed for the next game. Imagine if you could take the same approach with your DR and business continuity readiness. Going through the motions would force you to walk through your plan of attack and see if they would actually work. Some experts are saying that we may be feeling the effects of this crisis for quite some time. There could be flare-ups and regional shelter-in-place orders as we move back into flu season. We all hope this isn't the case, but we need to be prepared. New threats are always emerging. Some affect a small number of us, while others can affect dramatic numbers of us very, very quickly. Today, I'd like to discuss disaster planning in the light of the current day. Where did we fall down? Where can we improve and be better prepared for any disaster? We'll go over some of the current challenges companies are facing and how these translate into other situations we may face. And we'll also discuss some upgrades to your existing DR strategy. So let's dive into some disruptions that you know. Later on, we'll take a look at the ones you don't know or that you don't want to know. Here we have a pyramid of common failures that will affect everyone's organizations. Some of these we're in control of, but most of these we're not. Does your DR plan account for these types of failures specifically, or does it try to look at these types of failures from a holistic approach? A quick example for you. In a previous company, things like new refrigerators and copiers all fell on the IT staff, because of course that's where it makes most sense. We bought a new fridge for the kitchen, which was going to be delivered on Tuesday. Doing a good deed, I donated the old one to an employee who would pick it up over the weekend. When I came in on Tuesday from a long weekend, the fridge was gone, but the floors were completely flooded with water. They disconnected the water line, which was leaking a bit, and stuck it in a bucket. That water leaked all weekend and found its way from the 8th floor to the 7th floor into an office that was directly next to the server room of the company below. Can you imagine if they had decided to put that server room one office over? I don't see this type of failure up here on this slide. Would your DR plan have taken this into account? Could you have protected and recovered from something like this? Can a single DR-BC approach cover all these types of potential failures? A comprehensive DR design will encompass a superset of strategies and procedures covering all of these events, but a single event might only have to utilize a handful of these strategies. For instance, a human error might only involve rolling back to a previous backup of data, while an environmental failure might involve nearly every facet from failing over to a DRaaS environment to enabling a work from home policy over a long period of time. Any of that sound familiar? There are other effects that we sometimes don't consider while we're narrowly focused on just the business. We sometimes forget about the families of our employees and how that can affect the operations of your company. A spouse's company could shut down and negatively impact the effectiveness of your employees. Take, for instance, a school teacher whose life and work gets turned upside down, not to mention students who are now home and need to be helped. Another example dear to my heart is hurricanes. As I live here in Florida, we're coming into hurricane season. If we have one bearing down on us in Florida, FlexCentral has a plan that takes into account not just the business, but also the employees in Florida. FlexCentral will fly in our Go teams from other data centers across the country to run the data centers in Florida during the storm. And we'll send those Florida employees home to take care of their families. We don't want them having to worry about all that and trying to run the data center at the same time. Does your DR plan look at the families who could potentially be affected as well? Just things to think about in times of trouble. Now let's discuss the giant elephant in the room, the COVID-19. A lot of organizations assume that their current work from home plan that was in place for normal business operations would suffice in the event of a disaster. The reality is there are only a handful of companies that we see out there that have ever tested their infrastructure's ability to handle sending their entire workforce home to work for an extended period of time, or whether or not their DR environments could handle an extended outage and be able to run for weeks and months at a time, as opposed to just the assumed 2 to 3 days so that we can fail back. Sure, you could survive losing 3 to 5 days worth of work from non-essential types of workers, but not from critical essential staff. Did you think that you would need to have a plan in the event that your WebEx or GoToMeeting web conferencing solutions would be overloaded or go down? When it happened, what did you decide to do? Some jumped to Zoom. Some just let their workers figure it out on their own. Good choice, bad choice, we'll see. This leads into compliance and security. While you may have had some control of data and users' behaviors at the office, now everyone is working from home, and when they're confronted by some roadblock in performing their daily duties, they're going to find a way around it and potentially put your business at risk. So where are we seeing customers having pain right now? While still in lockdown, how many companies are operating at almost normal capacity? How many companies are still struggling and hoping the end is in sight? Here's some of the most common challenges our customers are battling. Bandwidth is a big one. Is there enough to support all these remote workers? Do these employees have enough bandwidth at home? At FlexCentral, we have had so many calls, immediate calls from customers that had 100 megs of bandwidth coming into the facility, And now all of a sudden they need 1, 2, 3, 4 gigs of bandwidth coming into the facility. Fortunately, we have that excess capacity. We could provide that bandwidth to them, but it's something to consider, as well as what do the employees have at home? Point-to-point circuits and MPLS connections. Was everything set up to your DR site to enable the connectivity to the DR site, and was it tested so that other remote offices could still access the resources that they need to? Are you confident with all the security changes that were made in production over the last couple of months that they exist in the DR environment? And have they been tested? That's one of the most common places that we see DR failures occur is in firewall security and routing. That changes within production were not migrated to DR and tested. Is your data being backed up? Is it safe and secure when running in the DR environment? You're now making live production changes. Your DR environment is no longer your DR environment, it's your production environment. Are those changes being backed up? And that leads into failback. How are you going to fail back all the changes that you've made in your DR environment? Is it quick and easy? Is it just as easy as flipping a switch? With Flexential's DRaaS solution, it can be just that easy. It's just the same as failing over. We reverse that and we fail back, and all the data ends up back in production for you. Something that a lot of customers don't think about is licensing. When running in your DR environment, are you still compliant? You need to check your agreements. Some agreements only allow for running in DRaaS in a DR environment for up to 30 days. The lessons learned during this crisis directly translate over into other types of disasters that are more commonplace. Let's talk ransomware briefly. We typically think of ransomware as encrypting files and servers so we can't work with them or access any of our precious corporate data. Standard recovery would involve just restoring from a known good backup and problem solved for the most part. What if it wasn't the files and servers that were encrypted? What if it was your networking gear, such as switches, firewalls, and routers? We see this happen in government agencies all across the country now. The passwords were changed, configs modified, and no good backups of the configs were available. Well, let's just fail over to the DR site, some would say. This would work for staff not in the office, but now you'd be forced to send all the workers home to begin working from home who were in the office so that they're not on a network in the office that's been compromised. This wasn't a global pandemic. This was just ransomware. Does your DR plan cover this scenario? How long would it take for you to recover? Have you ever thought about a gas leak or a hostage situation? There are a number of seemingly improbable events that could end us up in the same type of situation as we are today. So how can you strengthen your DR posture so you can weather the coming storms? If you're an organization that still houses their critical compute in their office building, it's time to make a change. Move that infrastructure out of your building. The fastest move can be to move to a data center provider, sometimes called a lift and shift. You're now protected from physical, power, and bandwidth threats. This can have an immediate benefit with minimal impact and changes required. Flexential has professional services that can help plan and even execute the physical move for you into one of our data centers. Another option is moving your critical systems to the cloud, including making use of DRaaS services in the cloud. Making this larger step can set you up to consume more advanced and resilient services, increasing your DR readiness. Can I do this myself, or should I get help from someone? The magic question that I like to ask when it comes to the decision of outsourcing or doing it yourself is this: if I do it, does it drive revenue to the bottom line of the company? Is it something that's core to my business? If the answer is no, then outsource it. This will free you up to focus on projects that do add revenue to the bottom line. We now need to add more weight to protecting for long-term outages than just blips on the radar. Having the tools and processes that can be put together depending on the type of disaster you're dealing with. Your DR strategy needs to be flexible and adaptable, not something set in stone. One of the goals of the DR plan is to get you through the short-term crisis and get stabilized so you can then determine whether or not to implement long-term crisis procedures. Whether you have a good DR plan, an amazing DR plan, or no plan at all, I'd highly recommend getting a professional DR planner involved to have a look at your current posture. You'll see new planning strategies and design principles come out of the current crisis that will make your plan even stronger. Some will be in areas that you never considered before, such as contractual and legal changes. Can I increase the amount of cloud resources that I have access to and then turn them back down after the crisis has been cleared? What new legalese needs to be included or reviewed in new or current contracts with my vendors? What new products can help me achieve higher availability of my current systems? Now that we've learned some lessons, let's look at making some changes as to how we think about our DR plan. Some of us use the hope and pray method for our DR plan. We have one, and boy, we really hope it works if we need it. But we haven't needed it for a while, so we're good, right? There may be a few flaws with this thinking. I'll leave those up to you. But what if you were so confident with your DR plan that you could flip the switch at any moment and know that everything would work? What if you could flip the switch before a crisis occurred instead of waiting until the crisis actually occurred? That's a practice that we have within our data centers that Flexential has. Our generators, at any moment in time, we're confident that we could flip the generators on, fail over to the generators, and have them run the facility before a storm comes, before a hurricane comes. And we're confident because we know and because we tested. This is a new state for DR that we need to move towards. I'd recommend working with a professional services team to perform a gap analysis and then develop a roadmap to get to that point where you can actively fail over before something happens. Start small with a critical component and tackle them one by one, improving your posture. The second new thinking is to begin testing your DR plan using a virtual or tabletop exercise. Let's go back to our risk example. You have the ability to test out any scenario that you'd like around the DR plan and procedures that you've developed. This goes well beyond just testing to see if spinning up the environment will work and a couple of applications work. This can help to test things that are out of your control. You can bring in other departments if needed, or just keep it to the local IT team, all with minimal cost compared to a full DR test. And you can throw in as many changes or curveballs that you would like. My advice to everyone, with a DR plan or without, is to just get started. If you have no plan and aren't protecting any of your workloads, pick out the top 10 applications in your environment and start protecting them with a cloud-based DRaaS solution. The easiest way to get started. This can buy you some time to start planning the rest of your DR strategy. If you have an existing plan, get started too. Ask yourself, which part of my environment is really fragile and vulnerable? Which part would send me to the ER if we lost it? Focus on that section of your plan and then rinse and repeat. Let's look at a real world example company called Aztec now. So even if you're not curing cancer, your business has the ability to make an impact or prevent one. Aztec began its business providing vehicle diagnostic solutions and services to the collision repair industry with one clear purpose in mind: protect people's lives by ensuring proper repair and calibration of automotive electronic systems. In other words, they provide technicians with access to automotive diagnostics to keep your car's systems up and running, which keeps drivers like us safe out on the road. As Aztec began to grow, they needed an infrastructure that was not only reliable and redundant, but also one that offered physical security and disaster recovery. Their VP of IT was in search of a partner that could help them scale their rapidly growing business while still protecting their mission-critical IT environments. With Flexential, they were able to transform IT operations by migrating their on-premise data center to a Flexential co-location facility while leveraging cloud, DRaaS, and Flex Anywhere Data Center Interconnects, or DCI. Because our teams took the time to listen and understand Aztec's current and future state requirements, we were able to design a unique solution that was both comprehensive, connected, and easily scalable, a package of services tailored to their exact needs. Their VP of IT said, "Flexential's ability to provide what we need today and tomorrow, coupled with the expertise of its helpful staff, made this an easy choice." Let's take a quick look at how Flexential can help your organization achieve a stronger DR and BC posture. And we start with a consultative approach. It's our business to solve complex IT challenges. We recommend that one size doesn't fit all and that IT requirements are constantly evolving. Our team of solutions engineers and professional services consultants begin by taking the time to understand both your current requirements and future objectives. Then we'll work together to tailor a solution that's right for you and only you. You can feel confident knowing that Flexential ticks all the certification boxes for companies requiring the highest level of security and compliance. From financial services to healthcare and to government, Flexential can make achieving and staying compliant much easier. As well as ultra-low latency disaster recovery solutions through the regions that you see here, all connected through our nationwide fiber backbone. Flexential provides these DR solutions whether you're in a Flexential data center or in your own data center. We have solutions to fit all kinds of hybrid scenarios. You need a partner with a portfolio of capabilities that extends beyond the four walls of a data center to include cloud, connectivity, data protection, managed, and professional services. Some parting thoughts for you. The DR landscape is going to change going forward. Your customers are going to demand more in terms of uptime and resilience. There should be no more excuses. Your vendors are going to begin to demand better DR planning from your organization and proof of that planning. Legal and compliance requirements will become more stringent and focused. Take advantage of this time and momentum to strengthen your DR posture and improve how you sleep at night. I'd like to thank you for your time today, and please feel free to reach out to me with any comments or questions. And with that, I'd be happy to field any questions from the audience.
Excellent presentation, Steve. Yes, sir. We do have some questions for you. While we do that, I'm just going to bring up this poll for the audience. It just says, what additional information would you like about the Flexential solution? So I like this question from Nicholas. He's asking, the most important question here is, which continent do you start on when you play Risk? we don't have to answer that.
Always the U.S. Always the U.S.
Okay, good feedback there. I love that game. Anyway, another question here. They're asking, what are your priorities for 2020?
So our priorities or our business's priorities? I mean, for Flexential, we're looking to continue to grow the services that we're able to offer to our customers from a data center perspective, expanding our footprint. There's constant growth in our field. People think that so many things are moving to cloud and that there's data center consolidation going on. And while customers are consolidating some of their footprints, we still have a number of brand new facilities under construction right now. We're trying to keep up with the growth and demand from a data center and co-location standpoint. As well as from a cloud standpoint, our cloud pods continue to grow across the country. And disaster recovery, more and more customers are finally waking up and saying, hey, I really need to do this. It's kind of hard, and it's, as I said earlier, it's not really core to my business. If I could get this as a service, this would be fantastic. So we're seeing an enormous amount of growth. So we're expanding capacity as well as looking at other regions within the U.S. and globally for additional pods, as well as different service levels. There are different organizations that have different uptime requirements. We have customers that run active-active within our facilities, riding over that DCI or that Flexential Flex Anywhere backbone. We have some that have 2, 4, 8-hour, 12-hour RTOs, and we have some that don't need to be up for 2 or 3 days. So providing those types of services to any type of company that's out there is how we're growing.
Nice. That's good insight. Thank you. Next question, James is asking, with the entire workforce operating remotely, what new vulnerabilities are exposed that businesses don't regularly see?
So I think the haphazard way that this happened in sending employees home, a lot of companies, they were first dipping their toe in right now with a work from home type of strategy, opening things up to whether it's RDP and people being able to remote in, even just opening up ports on their firewall to allow people in and not adding any security in front of that, and it's that hope and pray model. Some customers have taken to moving things very, very quickly to an Office 365 type of environment or scenario without looking at the security concerns around that. You've also now brought in or opened up access to your end users, your employees' home machines, which may or may not be protected, not just from an antivirus standpoint, but also from the different authentication methods and other corporate requirements for PCs that you would typically have. Those aren't pushed down onto those end users there. So you're quickly trying to throw in security or actually open up access to all your systems without having the time to go and really install good security procedures and policies.
Yeah, that's a great point. I like that haphazard way that this happened.
And you really need to go back. I mean, when I talked in the presentation about stopping now, take the time now to go back and try and fix these things. Some people are waiting for this to end. I think I can see the end is near. And what we talk about internally is that this is our new normal now. And people are thinking, when am I going to get back to the old normal? There is no old normal in the IT realm anymore. This is our new normal today. That might change in a couple of months, but we don't know what that's going to look like. So you need to start working on what we're dealing with today, because it's not going to go fully back to the way it was before. Security will be more heightened. And as I said, your vendors are going to start pushing more and more compliance and security concerns down onto you.
Yeah, that's very solid advice. Along those same lines, here's another question. They're asking, are additional compliance laws or rules that have come into play, have they come into play because of the pandemic?
I don't know offhand specifically any that have. I'm sure that they have. I'm sure that things like California laws, there's potentially some GDPR things that have come into play that people haven't really looked at. It's difficult for small and medium-sized businesses to really navigate that type of thing. We're fortunate, Flexential is fortunate enough that we have a governance and compliance department, a team that handles all this for us. So they're well versed in it, and they're at the forefront of all compliance. We try and push that out to our customers through newsletters to, hey, have you thought about this? Have you thought about this? But companies need to look at what type of access their end users have to their data, and are they falling out of compliance because it is leaving their network and it is ending up on home users' PCs. It is ending up in a Dropbox type of place where the IT department can't necessarily regulate it. Like I said, end users, when confronted with a roadblock, they will figure out a way how to transfer and move things around and where to store things just to make it easy for them. They're dealing with so many other issues right now. If it means shooting an email across to somebody else that had some confidential information, maybe using their Gmail account just to get around something, they're going to do it. So you need to look at those types of scenarios. A virtual desktop infrastructure can really help with that, because you can bring that back in and control through a Citrix or VMware type of solution, and now you can control the desktop that they're on, but that adds a great deal of cost, and it's a lot of work. It's not something that you just roll out, within a week or so.
Yeah, that's very true. You don't just roll out VDI in a week, and so many companies haven't been prepared with that. Another question here is about DR. How often should I be testing my DR environment?
I mean, at a minimum, you should be testing it twice a year is the first thing that I would tell you. But the DR testing, you can, for a medium-sized organization, you should really break it down. You should be doing some type of test every quarter. And a major test every quarter. That doesn't necessarily mean testing your whole infrastructure. So a medium-sized organization can have a very large infrastructure. It could have anywhere from 500 to 1,000 servers and a couple of hundred applications. To say that you've tested that in doing a DR test once a year, it doesn't really hold water. So what if you were to break down your DR test and break your environment up into 4 different areas so that you could test those in a sizable chunk on a quarterly basis. So that's the overall test that you want to perform. The second test that you'd want to perform, or type of test, is one that when you've made a change to an application, whether it's an application, a workload, a system. If you've made some type of major change to that, you should, as part of your rollout, you should have scheduled a DR test of the components that are involved with that application. That doesn't mean that it has to be tested or that it gets tested during the quarterly. It could happen mid-quarter. But if it's a major change to a system, I would highly recommend that you do a quick test, a subset of that, just so that either new application or the major changes to that application get tested.
Okay, that's great advice. And so if a company comes to you with, their DR infrastructure is not where they need it to be and they need help, I mean, what does Flexential do? How do you help them with that? Do you have a process that you can share with us?
Sure, we do. There's a couple of different ways that we can engage with our customers. The first thing we want to sit down and do is understand, we want to understand their business. Once we understand that, they can then share with us what are the things that keep them up at night? What are the things that they're trying to protect from? From there, we can then start to go down different strategies. How quickly do we need to move to make some of these things happen? Did they just have a failure and they're really worried about a component? Do they have something existing? So our solutions engineers and our solution architects can do workshops up front to figure out where are the areas that we need to focus on. And depending on the staff that the company has internally, we can work directly with them to put together solutions and roadmap some of the DR preparedness for them. And we can also step it up to making use of the Flexential professional services team, where they can do DR gap analysis, DR readiness analysis or assessments. They can do ransomware assessments, including, and this is part of disaster recovery or data protection, which is all the way up to intrusion penetration testing, to test companies' networks to see if they're vulnerable to ransomware, to other types of attacks that could force them to move to a DR state. So the professional services engagements can be tailored to exactly what it is that customer is looking for. Is it just an analysis of what they currently have? Is it building a longer-term roadmap? Is it ongoing assistance with their DR test, where we can help them get the test set up? We can produce post-action reports and things that they need to go and fix after the test. So lots of different things that we can do, and they can all be tailored to exactly what that customer is looking for.
Okay, and I think that's an important clarification with Flexential is you all do much more than just, hey, here's some software and hardware. It's a comprehensive consultative approach. Is that right?
Correct. I mean, it kind of ranges the gamut. I mean, we have some customers that have very large footprints in multiple Flexential data centers, and they handle everything themselves. We're providing the space, the power, the bandwidth, and they're sophisticated customers. They know exactly what they're doing, and they've got it taken care of. Then we have the middle ground where they kind of know what they're doing. Maybe they don't necessarily have the full staff to be able to do it, in which case they can pick and choose from the different services that Flexential has. And whether that's our disaster recovery as a service offering and replicating from their equipment into the Flexential Recovery Cloud, where we're providing that as a service, managing and maintaining it, to the professional services where you're looking for assessments and audits on what they're currently doing, to all the way to the customer that really wants nothing to do with it. They have no expertise. They just want somebody to come in and handle everything, and we can do that for them as well.
Excellent. Excellent. All right. Well, I think that's all the time we have in our live Q&A, but thank you so much for your presentation, Steve.
Thank you very much for your time. Have a great day.
For more information on Flexential, click on the link that's right there in your handouts tab. That'll take you to a page where you can schedule a demo with a Flexential disaster recovery expert to talk about, your current situation, your current environment, and how you might be able to maximize or improve your business's uptime. So make sure you check that link out. And now it's time for our next presentation on today's event. That is Mr. Ed Collins, Senior Product Marketing Manager at Nutanix. Take it away, Ed.
Thanks again for joining us. My name is Ed Collins, and I'm a Senior Product Marketing Manager at Nutanix. And today I have the good pleasure of presenting to you a Nutanix private cloud solution that is business continuity and disaster recovery. Here's what we'll be discussing today. We'll begin by looking at the state of the disaster recovery and data protection market. Then we'll look at how Nutanix's private cloud hyperconverged infrastructure solutions address market needs. Next, we'll dig a little deeper into specific Nutanix solutions, beginning with our core disaster recovery solution. Then we'll look at disaster recovery as a service, which is a subscription-based native extension to the core disaster recovery solution. And then finally, we'll look at how Nutanix has brought hyperconverged infrastructure functionality to the secondary storage market. While organizations are busy dealing with the serious challenges of mass data fragmentation and things like suboptimal data protection strategies, large-scale disasters are actually on the rise. As you can see in this graphic, over the past 3 years, there's been a steady increase in natural disasters as well as man-made disasters. In fact, during 2018 alone, the U.S. experienced a very active year of climate disasters, costing around $14 billion. Additionally, unplanned outages due to system failure, cybercrime, human error, these things are also on the rise. For example, recently Facebook had a massive meltdown that lasted around 12 hours as their spokesperson stated, quote, a routine maintenance operation accidentally triggered a bug that plagued individual users as well as businesses and organizations for hours. So with these very real threats on the horizon, it's imperative that customers be cognizant of the cost associated with downtime. As per Gartner, the average cost that businesses incur due to downtime is $300,000 per hour. Now, granted, there are a large degree of variances based on the characteristics of the business, but nonetheless, the threat is real and it must be dealt with. So here are some of the typical damages that we see. There are legal and regulatory costs associated with disaster. There are end user productivity issues, the cost of recovery, damage to one's reputation, of course, data loss, and then also lost revenue. So the thing is that a sound disaster recovery and data protection plan is a requirement for businesses that need to meet increasingly stringent business continuity and disaster recovery plans. So let's begin by looking at some of the key challenges that companies face today in the disaster recovery and data protection market. For starters, disparate solutions still dominate. Traditional data protection solutions, for example, are comprised of a patchwork of point products from a variety of vendors. It's not that the individual products are inferior, rather it's a solution level challenge that must be addressed holistically in order to be truly effective. Multiple vendors do offer point products or point solutions for things like high availability, backups, disaster recovery, target storage, and long-term data retention. However, integration and maintenance remains complex in these scenarios. Secondly, cloud readiness is stunted. What I mean to say is that companies are trapped in traditional backup infrastructures that were never really designed to embrace the cloud. Some do have a cloud footprint to speak of, but the reality is that due to management complexities, the hybrid cloud nirvana isn't really met. Cross-cloud management must be unified in order to be most effective. Third, disaster recovery and data protection is often an afterthought. Upon close inspection, it turns out that many companies treat these things reactively instead of proactively, as should be the case. And then finally, recovery can be unpredictable with traditional solutions. In the absence of the ability to, say, test a disaster recovery solution regularly, it's impossible to possess confidence that the solution will work when it's actually called upon. And not only is this a risk to the business, it also is perceived as a risk to constituents like insurance companies who might jack up premiums due to lack of compliance or assurance of the solution itself. There are three key tenets to a sound business continuity and disaster recovery solution portfolio. They are to protect, to replicate, and to recover. To meet the ever-increasing demands placed on IT, companies must adopt a protect everything strategy in the sense that they must protect all of their data all of the time. As you know, data exists in a dynamic way inside virtual machines as workloads churn it. These workloads are constantly producing data, often in massive amounts. So this data must be protected at all costs, or at least in a manner consistent with business continuity and disaster recovery plan metrics. Typical data protection must be instituted across virtual machines, volumes, files, and objects. The good news is that Nutanix hyperconverged infrastructure does just that in the most elegant of ways. Furthermore, once a data protection plan has been deployed, data must be replicated to secondary locations in order to protect a business against disaster. There are several options available as target disaster recovery sites, whether it's to the public cloud, to a private cloud, or to a distributed cloud. Nutanix customers have the flexibility to choose which type of solution suits their needs. So whatever the case may be, companies may rest assured that the three key tenets to a sound business continuity and disaster recovery solution to protect, replicate, and recover, these things may be met. So let me introduce you to the Nutanix suite of solutions in the area of disaster recovery and data protection. Nutanix has a comprehensive range of disaster recovery and data protection solutions available today. Nutanix has been a leader in the hyperconverged infrastructure market for years, having pioneered many of the benchmark technologies that have modernized today's data centers. With Nutanix compute, storage, virtualization, and networking are hyperconverged into a self-healing data fabric that is managed through a single pane of glass. So it's really important to remember that Nutanix hyperconverged infrastructure is the starting point for our discussion today. From the ground up, Nutanix software stack provides resiliency among virtual machines. In other words, if one node is failing, others will pick up the slack automatically and without any manual intervention required. And as an extension of this core architectural philosophy, secondary data centers, when provisioned, become a native component of the overall self-healing data fabric. Again, all of this is managed through a single management interface we call Prism. Furthermore, by taking virtual machine snapshots based on customizable RPO metrics and replicating them to secondary data centers, the system also affords businesses reliable failover during disaster events. We call this disaster recovery technology LEAP. LEAP is a simple-to-use disaster recovery service that features protection policies and recovery plans to automate failover and failback scenarios, whether planned or unplanned. Now, depending on the needs of a business, A variety of LEAP disaster recovery solutions are available, as you see there in the graphic. It's whether it's asynchronous or what we call async LEAP, where the RPO is an hour, or near sync, where RPO is around a minute, or Metro, where RPO is 0. Each of these solutions are zero touch, meaning once configured, no manual intervention is required to ensure data protection is occurring. The only thing left then for a user to do is click once within Prism to fail over in the event of a disaster. This is very different from traditional disaster recovery and data protection solutions where orchestrating a response to a disaster is arduous, requiring lots of manual intervention. With the Nutanix Leap solution, things are very different. We've eliminated the stress of orchestrating a failover scenario by taking care of all the details for you. This solution also ensures your service level agreements are met. And for peace of mind, Nutanix provides non-production environment disaster recovery testing, which is critical, of course, but historically time-consuming, often completed over the weekend. Failover testing can be accomplished without affecting normal business processes. And what this really means, the good news is that you're able to comply with regulatory mandates and still keep your weekends free. Now, if a secondary data center, say, is too CapEx heavy, Nutanix Leap technology can be extended to include a pay-as-you-go disaster recovery as a service solution we call XyLeap. XyLeap uses a global footprint of public cloud data centers that are owned and operated by Nutanix. Since XyLeap uses the same Nutanix software stack as the on-prem data centers do, integration and onboarding is completed often in under an hour. And then finally, I want to mention Nutanix's storage backup solution, Nutanix Mine. Nutanix Mine is purpose-built to address the need for an integrated data backup service. Mine offers one-click data protection and archival, and it also offers industry-leading integrated solutions with Veeam and Haiku. In fact, Nutanix has a stable of ecosystem partners for backup. So we've seen the solution level perspective. Let's take a moment now to look a little deeper at how Nutanix provides invisible infrastructure to our customers. Some disaster recovery and data protection situations demand the very highest level of protection, for example, with business critical apps. A great example is a 911 service. Now, imagine you're running emergency services where the availability of your IT infrastructure is going to save lives. You have to be operational 24/7 by 365. Well, how do you ensure that? Well, for starters, your IT recovery metrics need to be 0 RPO and 0 RTO. How do you achieve that with Nutanix? The answer is Nutanix Metro clusters. Metro cluster is a zero-touch, high-availability solution across 2 sites, separated by 5 millisecond latency, ensuring 0 RPO and 0 RTO. Now, Metro clusters aren't always easy to implement and deploy because of geoeconomic reasons like distance or fault lines, etc. Metro speeds may not even be a requirement in the first place. So we have other options to address less demanding requirements. We have what we call near sync technology. Now, near sync means near 0 RPO service level agreements. With near sync, your maximum data loss is 1 minute, and you still get the one-click experience across multiple hypervisor deployments. Just to summarize near sync, This includes minimum data loss, given the fact that it's a 1-minute RPO. It's very cost efficient for non-business critical apps. And then finally, it's easy to deploy and scale since it's a native Nutanix feature. Finally, to close out our Leap disaster recovery portfolio, for some companies, building out a new data center isn't an option. It could be for financial reasons even. A good example is oftentimes small to medium-sized businesses cannot afford a secondary data center. This frequently results in a cobbling of older equipment together in hopes that it'll support the production workload if and when a disaster strikes. For these customers, building and maintaining another data center just for disaster recovery is not always the best use of their finances. In other words, an OpEx model would free up cash for other business activities and priorities. And furthermore, there's also the reality that many businesses are strapped with a cloud mandate policy imposed at the CXO level. So for these customers, there's a native extension to the Leap technology called XyLeap, Disaster Recovery as a Service. So let me summarize XyLeap from a feature perspective. First, it's built in. XyLeap is a native service to Nutanix software and managed through a single pane of glass. This facilitates instant onboarding. So workloads, security, and network profiles, they're all automatically ported to XyLeap. It also features one-click failover. Disaster recovery orchestration is automated, achieving service level agreements with tailor-made RPO and RTO metrics. It also boasts non-disruptive testing, where routine examination of disaster recovery readiness achieves regulatory compliance. It also provides end-to-end security using strong encryption for data at rest and data in flight. And then it's a pay-as-you-go model. There's a flexible subscription pricing model that turns CapEx into OpEx. The key takeaways, of course, are that XyLeap eliminates the need for a secondary data center. Running disaster recovery as a service in XyLeap completely obviates the need for a secondary site, while also considerably reducing the total cost of ownership for a DR solution. It is a subscription service with guaranteed SLAs, or service level agreements. So the implication is that there's no need for you to procure or refresh secondary data center infrastructure. And then finally, it's all managed through a single pane of glass. The entire solution is managed through Prism, Nutanix's premier management platform. So just to highlight how simple XyLeap is, for starters, planning and onboarding couldn't be easier. XyLeap services are native to Nutanix AOS. Protecting virtual machines, whether ESXi or AHV, is done through a single pane of glass, of course, Prism. And there are flexible VPN options. Second, gone are the days of working over the weekend to do disaster recovery testing. XyLeap users can perform testing during work hours without affecting production workloads. And second, RPO and RTO metrics are not only attractive, but they are guaranteed by Nutanix service level agreements. And then finally, planned or unplanned failover is completed with a single click. Runbook automation includes all the right sequencing and delays. And then finally, the very difficult task of maintaining IP subnets during failover is handled automatically by XyLeap as well. XyLeap is also very affordable. The XyLeap Disaster Recovery as a Service solution replaces the stack of traditional IT service requirements for disaster recovery, giving customers a greater ability to focus on other priorities what this amounts to with Xileap is that we see an average TCO savings, total cost of ownership savings, of 40 to 50% over traditional DR deployments. Some of the key drivers for TCO reduction are there's no need to own and operate your own secondary data center. Rather, you're able to leverage the economy of scale that comes with the Nutanix Xileap Cloud. Second, there's no longer a need to worry about separate recurring expenses or even hidden costs associated with building out your own data center, like software licensing, etc. And then finally, with Xileap, the various operational burdens, such as deploying and maintaining a stack of hardware and software, all those things are gone as well. Xileap has a global footprint, as you can see in this graphic. To date, we have deployed to 6 locations, including West and East Coast United States, London, UK, Italy, with Germany and Japan both launching in March 2020. And we've also partnered with strategic direct connect providers if you so desire to meet your VPN connectivity requirements. Let's turn our attention now from disaster recovery with Leap to secondary storage. The backdrop is that legacy backup solutions present several drawbacks. For starters, point solutions are often complex. Backup solutions are typically provided by, say, 4 or even 5 vendors, siloed across dozens of different locations, and often on aging infrastructure. This adds both cost and complexity to managing these point solutions for things like backup, archival, target storage, and long-term retention. According to a Gartner report, 41% polled say that their existing backup solution is too complex to manage. The second point is that secondary data is often underutilized. Secondary data is often referred to as dark data, as no one knows where it lies, how to retrieve it, and most importantly, how to derive any real value from it. These reasons make secondary data a liability rather than an asset. And then third, data growth is causing problems. As data grows in your primary environment, there's a spiraling storage cost associated with adding capacity to the secondary environment. 45% of those polled say that is too high. Also, backup speeds are often too slow. 37% of respondents in this Gartner report say it's too slow. And then finally, at times, backup operations are completely unsuccessful. On the order of, I think it's 14% of respondents said that less than 10% of the time, backup is successful. So just to summarize all this from a market perspective, the reality is that the market for secondary storage is still dominated by traditional technologies. And interestingly, the vast majority of an organization's data becomes critically underutilized, where backup data is relegated to being data stored in archives, file shares, test and dev systems, etc., where its potential utility and its value to the business is reduced to essentially nothing. Whenever possible, it's quite beneficial to efficiently manage and mine all of this siloed data and use it in such a way that its utility is actually maximized. In other words, take a liability, a potential liability, and turn it into an asset. Nutanix aims to bring hyperconvergence to the secondary storage market, thus enabling this transformation of data utility. Allow me to introduce you to Nutanix Mine. The solution looks like this. With Nutanix Mine, we are extending the core strengths of our enterprise software stack to the secondary storage space. Mine is tightly integrated with both the Nutanix hyperconverged infrastructure data fabric and the Prism management console. It integrates with data protection software from the likes of Veeam and Haiku, enabling this third-party software to run in a hyperconverged manner on the Nutanix core operating system. Mine is also entirely self-sufficient. It's a turnkey solution providing compute, memory, storage, and data backup. Archive tiering is also an option, such as would be the case with Nutanix Objects, Cloud, or any S3 compatible storage. And so the key use cases for mine are data protection, recovery, compliance, and long-term retention and archival. Nutanix Mine really separates itself over industry competing solutions. Here are some of the benefits. For starters, there is a faster time to value realized with Nutanix Mine. It provides an end-to-end improved customer experience from sizing your backup environment to ordering, deploying, managing, and even scaling it out. Second, it unifies IT operations. So customers that care about simplicity and scale, and as a result are drawn towards the HCI, or the hyperconvergence infrastructure architecture, can now adopt a similar approach to address their backup and archiving needs. And then thirdly, it scales out effortlessly. The ability to expand your existing secondary infrastructure to scale with the business allows you to grow as needed. Just a few overarching principles worth noting before we close. For starters, we're able to protect your business critical apps. An IDC report says you can slash your downtime by up to 97%. The Nutanix fractional growth model allows you to scale with ease and keep up with increasing application demands. Second, you can break down IT silos with hyperconverged infrastructure. And that means you can enjoy native backup and disaster recovery services managed through the same interface. And all data centers are managed through a single pane of glass as well. Total cost of ownership is greatly reduced. That IDC report states that TCO savings of 60% are possible. And then finally, you get to enjoy the freedom of choice with Nutanix hyperconverged infrastructure. Whether it's on-prem or in the cloud, Nutanix is able to meet your needs. We offer flexible DR and data protection solutions, both native and through an ecosystem of partners. I'd like to summarize now with a few key takeaways. Number one, the business continuity and disaster recovery market poses several drawbacks to companies trying to protect their business-critical applications and data, and myriad threats to IT uptime only exacerbate the situation. Second, Nutanix private cloud hyperconverged infrastructure software was created to meet the three key tenets of business continuity and disaster recovery planning: to protect, to replicate, and to recover data. These objectives are met with such simplicity and elegance that deploying them is a delightful experience rather than a stressful one. Third, Nutanix hyperconverged infrastructure is architected with data protection and disaster recovery services as integral components of the overall data fabric and management plane. Number four, disaster recovery may also be natively extended to the Nutanix cloud as a subscription-based service with guaranteed service level agreements. And then finally, we looked at how modernizing your data storage with Nutanix data backup solutions eliminates several bottlenecks while simultaneously converting stored data from being a liability to an asset. I invite you to, and I encourage you to take some next steps with us, to engage with us. You can take a test drive. You can find out more about mine. You can even schedule a meeting at info@nutanix.com or just engage with us or follow us on social media. I really do appreciate your time today, and I thank you very much and hope to see you out there sometime soon. Thanks again.
Thank you, Ed. Great presentation there from Nutanix. I really appreciate your presentation, Ed. I've just brought up a poll question for everyone out there in the audience about the Nutanix solution. We learned about Nutanix Leap. We learned about Nutanix Mine, and of course the entire Nutanix hyperconverged stack as well. We got some good questions coming in. Thank you everyone for the questions. I'm afraid we're going to have to get back to those electronically because we've got another presentation coming up here, but keep the good questions coming in about Nutanix. And I want to call your attention to the handouts tab where it says Nutanix there, and that will take you to the Nutanix test drive. You can do a full test drive of the Nutanix solution at that URL, so make sure that you check that one out. I also want to announce the winner of our next Amazon $500 gift card. Our next Amazon $500 gift card is going to Ron Sprafka from Minnesota. Congratulations, Ron Sprafka from Minnesota. We still have 4 more gift cards to give out on today's EcoCast event, so make sure that you stay tuned for that. And thank you everyone who answered the poll about additional information regarding Nutanix. Do appreciate that as well. And with that, it's time for our next presenter on today's Disaster Recovery and Data Protection EcoCast.
Hello, and welcome to today's session on protecting ransomware's next target, backups. Now, we've all probably heard a lot about ransomware at this point. You know, we have lots of scary stories we can relate. There's a number of them on the slide here, but I don't really think we need to go into all those details. We're well familiar with a lot of the dangers around ransomware attacks. Suffice to say that in 2019, there were over 200,000 organizations were hit with a ransomware attack, which is a pretty alarming number. And really, it runs the gamut from very small businesses up to global, Fortune 100 type companies, and everything in between. You hear a lot about public sector organizations being attacked, but largely that's because those organizations are often required to reveal that they've been attacked. Privately held organizations are being attacked just as much as everybody else. This really is a problem that spans pretty much every organization out there, from small to very, very large. So a little bit of examples as we kind of warm up to our topic here. Here's an example of a ransomware screen. You can find lots of these online if you're interested in seeing some more. They all look different and different in various ways, but they tend to follow the same pattern, which is that they'll pop up, they'll tell you like your files have been encrypted or locked or deleted or something like that, and then they tell you about what you need to do. One thing I do want to point out by the orange arrow there is that a lot of these ransomware attacks will come with a time warning. So this one, for example, says if you don't pay within a certain time period, the cost is going to be doubled. Sometimes it's different, but you'll see a lot of that in these because, of course, what you're dealing with here is criminals, and they're trying to get their money as fast as they can and get out, right, and get away. So just to keep that in mind as you plan for the potential situation, that there can be a time limit to it, so that your ability to know what you need to do is going to be important. Here's just an example of the real world. You can see this was an attack that took place in a German train station. So the actual, arrivals, departure board, suddenly a ransomware screen popped up in front of that. So these things I think this just brings it home, how these attacks do happen in the real world. It's not something that's just theoretical. If it hasn't happened to you yet, it does happen. So what can we do? Now, our approach here is we're going to assume in this particular discussion that an attack has already happened, right? Now, there's lots of things you need to do to defend yourself, but we're talking about that last line of defense in the event that an attack takes place. And in that case, what's going to happen is that your backups are really going to be your last line of defense, right? If your data has been encrypted by a ransomware attack, you really can only do one of two things, right? You can hopefully recover from your backups, assuming they're still there, or you can pay. Right, and I call that pay and pray because actually a lot of times, even if you do pay, the ransomware, attackers aren't going to give you your data back. They'll send you a decryption key that doesn't work, or they'll just ignore you entirely and leave with with their ransom. That's a very common scenario. So paying isn't necessarily a solution anyway. So what you're really left with is that you need to recover from your backups. But guess what? This guy's hunting for your backups, right? The hackers understand that if you have a successful backup copy or copies, you'll be able to restore from those, and then you won't pay the ransom, right? And what they want you to do is pay, because this is entirely economic, right? This phenomenon. This is, these thieves out there trying to extort money from you. That's what they're in it for, right? And the interesting thing is that hackers actually spend a lot of time on your network before they encrypt your data, right? The average is around 200 days. So how does that work, and why are they doing that? Let's take a little closer look. Now, this is a very interesting sort of life cycle of a particular ransomware attack that comes from Microsoft research. I'm not going to walk through every step of the way on this thing, but here's the important things that you need to know. There's a misconception that ransomware is I go and I click on an email, or I go to an infected website, and then the software goes out and does all this stuff on my network, right? That's often not what happens. The initial attack through that email or infected website is really to get into your network. That's just the beginning, right? Then the hackers are going to spend a lot of time poking around your network trying to access additional systems, and particularly trying to find credentials. You can see at those two orange arrows, there's specific attacks being made to try to gather additional credentials. And in fact, there are specific hacker tools designed to attack things like Active Directory and LDAP and so forth. So why are they doing that? Is because they're trying to get access to all your other systems, and so they can attack more, and also to get access to your backup, so they can delete those before they encrypt your data. So that way, when they do run the encryption and they do send you your notification that you've been attacked, now what do? You go look for your backups, but guess what? They're gone, right? So that's the whole point of this, and that's why this can take almost half a year of somebody being in your network before they even sort of announce themselves. The thing is that once they have credentials, they can kind of do whatever they want. That's why it's so important for them. I use it as a simple example, like if you had a very expensive sports car, for example, and you got it with the most sophisticated alarm and security system that you could buy, right? You might think your car is safe, and for the most part, it probably is. But if I have your car keys, right, I can still start your car and take it. Right? And it's kind of like that with the ransomware attacks. You might think you're safe with your backup copies, but if this guy gets access to your backup credentials and storage credentials, they can wipe your backups out, right? So then what do you do? Right? Well, if this happens, right, if you've been attacked by ransomware and they've deleted or encrypted a lot of your data, you're going to ultimately need two things, right? You're going to need first a valid, usable copy of your data, something that was safe from the attack. And now, we've seen how they deliberately target those backups, though. You're also going to need the fastest possible recovery, because recovery needs in a ransomware attack are a lot different than they are in your day-to-day operations, right? I mean, on a day in, day out basis, you're probably restoring a few files, maybe even a volume of files, or maybe if you're thinking about databases, you probably are not restoring more than one database at a time. So that's probably been inadvertently deleted or corrupted or something. And even a single database can take hours, 8, 10, 12 hours to recover or more. Now, think in a ransomware scenario, though, you're not recovering a couple of files or one database. You might have to recover all your files and all your databases, right? So just think, the last time you had to recover a database, if it took you 10 hours, say, to recover it, now imagine you have to recover 50, 100, 1,000 databases, right? Time becomes really critical. So being able to recover as fast as possible is much more important in a ransomware scenario than it might be otherwise. So what can we do about all this, now that I've given you kind of the bad news, right? Well, Pure has a very interesting solution called Safe Mode Snapshots, which I'm going to talk about now. It begins with our FlashBlade storage. FlashBlade is an all-flash file and object storage system that we use, that organizations can use as a backup target, works with your existing backup software. I'll touch on that in a second. And the thing about FlashBlade is that first of all, it provides very high performance backup and recoveries. It scales linearly, and as the name implies, FlashBlade, it's blade based. If you want to grow capacity, you simply add more blades. That adds both storage and compute to the system. So it scales perfectly linearly as it grows. And unlike a lot of traditional backup appliances that get slower as they get bigger and as they fill up with data, FlashBlade doesn't. It maintains its performance characteristics, across the board. So it gives you that ability to recover very quickly. And in fact, unlike almost any backup appliance you've probably seen before, FlashBlade backs up very quickly, but it actually restores even faster than you can back up to it. And we have peak restore speed. I mean, with the proper networking and so forth, you can generate 270 terabytes an hour of sustained recovery speed. And that's, again, going to be really important when you're looking at a scenario like maybe having to recover dozens of databases, right? Where you're going to want to be running multiple simultaneous recoveries. So just as a backup platform, FlashBlade is very, very powerful and very high performance. And as I said, it works with your various backup software or database tools like Oracle RMAN or SQL dumps. You can use it as a targeted solution for your most valuable data, or you can use it across the board. And the good thing is, though, that it's not changing what you're doing from a backup software perspective. If you're using Veeam, Veritas, Commvault, et cetera, you can continue to use those products. You don't have to change your operational mode. You simply swap out what you're using for backup hardware today with FlashBlade, and you're ready to roll, right? So you don't have to worry about learning a whole new platform or a whole new system to use this solution. But now we've talked about the first part of it being really fast to recover. But what about protecting those backup copies, right? This is where our safe mode snapshots come in. Now, safe mode snapshots are what we call immutable snapshots, but it's actually more than that. Now, you hear, especially lately with ransomware, you hear a lot of vendors talk about immutable snapshots, which most of the time is really referring to a snapshot that can't be deleted under normal circumstances. For example, if you have a file system out there, a standard user can't go along and delete it because it's going to be read-only. But the thing with most immutable snapshots is, it goes back to my example with the car and the keys, right? If I have your credentials to your storage or even to your backup software, I can probably delete those copies, right? Or delete those snapshots. And that's the problem, right? The thing about safe mode snapshots is even the storage administrator can't delete them, right? So let me talk a little bit more about how that works. Is that with FlashBlade, you turn on what's called the safe mode snapshots, and it's going to create snapshots of your backup copies. We'll talk about how the sequence works in a second. And those policies that you create are modified only by an authorized company designee in your organization working with Pure support. So essentially, as during deployment time, you designate a couple of contacts, and only they are allowed to talk to Pure support to activate these snapshots and to make them usable in the event that you need them or to delete them. So what that comes down to on the bottom line is that even your storage admins who have full credentials to the system can't delete these snapshots on their own, right? It can only be done working with Pure Storage, and again, with that specific designee. And there's a whole system of authentication and so forth that I'm not going to discuss, but we'll be happy to discuss with people individually. So this is going to protect your backup data and your backup metadata, right? And this is all included in FlashBlade. There's no additional charge for this feature. It's just part of the product that you can use. So a little bit more about how it works, right? Essentially, you're just going to continue doing your normal backup procedures, and then based on a schedule that you want to set, a schedule and retention policy, we default to 14 days, but you can make that shorter or longer, and that's, again, a discussion you would have with Pure about what works for you. You do your standard backups like you normally do, and then you periodically take copies of both your backups, your backup data, as well as your backup metadata, such as your backup catalog and so forth. This is going to let you run recovery in the event that even your backup software gets deleted, right? So a little bit further about what would recovery look like. Well, first, in the event that you've had data encrypted, you're going to want to clean out that data, clean out the encrypted data. It's not any good to you anyway at this point. Step two is that if you need to, you may need to reinstall your backup software, because remember, that may have been targeted specifically, and your whole backup environment might be destroyed, right? So you can't necessarily just start running recoveries. So you might need to reinstall your backup software from a fresh copy of it. And then step three is why it's important that you also store your metadata on safe mode snapshots, because that's going to allow you to recreate your backup catalog and to get those recovery processes started. So the next thing after you reinstall your backup software, you're going to point it back at the metadata. You're going to get that going. So essentially, that's going to recreate your backup environment, and that's going to let you begin recovery processes using, again, your normal recovery procedures. And the good part there is that you're going to be recovering with those FlashBlade speeds, that very, very high speed recovery. So you're going to be able to run, very fast restores as well as multiple simultaneous restores to try to get everything back as fast as possible. So what are some of the benefits of this? These benefits really tie into some of the benefits of Pure as a storage company in general, right? We have some themes that we have as a company, and one of those is simple is smart, right? So one of the keys to anything is really taking away complexity, and Pure is famous for how easy its hardware is to run, and it's the same thing with these safe mode snapshots, right? Once you set that policy up, it really becomes a set it and forget it policy. I mean, those snapshots will be taken based on the schedule. That schedule cannot be modified once it's created. So again, even if somebody gets access to your systems, gets access to that FlashBlade admin account, they still can't change those. They can't turn off that snapshot process. They can't delete those snapshots. So really, you turn it on and it just runs, and hopefully you never need it, right? Because the thing is, you don't need these safe mode snapshots to do day-to-day recovery. And again, a benefit of FlashBlade in general is that your day-to-day recoveries are going to be much faster. To give a real-world example, we had a customer that was taking about 38 hours to recover a database, and that's a scary number, but it's actually not that unusual that database restores can take well over a 24-hour period. So they were taking about around 38 hours to restore this particular database. When they switched to FlashBlade as a storage device, that same database was recoverable in about 38 minutes. So that's a pretty substantial difference. And again, imagine that over the course of trying to recover 10, 20, 50 databases. So you're going to get that fast recovery benefit anyway from FlashBlade for your day-to-day operations, and it's great for sharing copies if you have to distribute lots of database copies. So there's a lot of value there. And that's in our next benefit of fast matters. That ability to recover quickly it's really good to have on a day-to-day basis, and it's all that much more critical in the event of a ransomware attack that deletes a whole bunch of data versus just the normal amount of data. And as we said, it works with your backup software, so deployment is easy, and you're not faced with learning a whole new system. And in a time of crisis, the last thing you want is some software you're just learning how to use, right? You want to use something that you're very familiar with. And finally, something we haven't talked about is that FlashBlade is a future-proof purchase, and this is across the board with Pure Storage, right? If you have a subscription or a maintenance contract, and you can buy the product either as a capital expense, buy the equipment outright, or you can actually do it on a pay-as-you-go service model, which is actually a pretty cool way of purchasing hardware. But when you have that subscription, you get all the new features and enhancements are included. Every time a new software release comes out, you have access to that. We do have some additional features, for example, coming down the road for these safe mode snapshots. You'll get those, right? That's no additional cost, nothing. And the upgrade itself is non-disruptive. That's, again, a feature across the board with Pure Storage. If you're familiar with with other legacy backup appliances, you've probably gone through the painful process of a forklift upgrade, right? Where you have to move all your backup data from the old device to the new device. Very disruptive, very often complicated, messy scenario. You never have to do that with Pure. Even controllers can be upgraded non-disruptively. So when you get to the next generation of a FlashBlade controller, for example, you can bring in that new one without ever having to turn anything off. It's really cool. Same thing with expansion. You can expand the capacity without ever having to have any downtime. So this gives you that future-proof ability as well as the ability to be up and running all the time. And FlashBlade, by the way, is a great platform for lots of other things. It's a great analytics platform, for example, as it has object storage, right? You can use it as an S3 target. And a lot of users, in fact, use FlashBlade both as a backup target as well as a platform for doing other things like analytics and reporting and operations like that. So it's a multi-purpose product. It's not like a typical backup appliance that you can only use for backup. You can use FlashBlade for lots of other stuff as well. Okay? So just something to know. So let's just sum up. Now remember, what did we say in the event of a ransomware attack? There's two things you're going to need, right? The first is you got to have valid, usable data copies that haven't been, attacked and destroyed by the hackers, right? That's what safe mode snapshots is going to help you have, right? Those snapshots can't be deleted again, even if you have admin credentials to the hardware. So that's going to keep your copy safe, going to keep your backup copy safe. And the other thing you're going to need is that ability to restore quickly because, again, you're going to have lots and lots of data potentially destroyed that you need to restore. So that ability to have rapid restore from those backup copies is going to be exceptionally important, right? And you get that with FlashBlade's design. It's all flash performance as well as its scalability, the way it scales using blades and giving you additional storage and compute at the same time. So you have that linear performance across the array. So with that, hopefully you found that interesting and informative. So let's pause here to see if anybody has any questions about this.
Great presentation, Peter. We do have some questions here for you from the audience. Let's see. While we do that, I'm just going to bring up a poll, and I want to call the audience's attention to that. The poll on the screen says, "What additional information would you like about the Pure Storage solution?" We'll just leave that up while we do some Q&A. So first question that came in, they're asking about safe mode snapshots. Could an unauthorized actor or outside actor, with unauthorized access accidentally or intentionally delete those snapshots?
Yeah, no, that's really the cool thing about them is that they can't be acted upon at all by anyone either outside or even somebody who has credentials to the system. It has to be done in conjunction with Pure support. And again, I don't want to go into all the details of how we validate that. It's we don't want to make that. We don't want to reveal too much about that in a public forum, but we'll certainly talk to you individually. But there's simply nothing that an outsider can do, even with full credentials on the box.
Nice. That's important these days. Another question, John is asking, can you replicate from one FlashBlade to another FlashBlade?
Yes, you can. FlashBlade does support system-to-system replication, so that is available in the product.
Okay. Amar is asking, how do you protect continuity of service for virtualized applications?
That's really going to, if I'm understanding that question, that's really going to depend on the backup software you're using. I mean, FlashBlade itself is a backup repository. And it can do other things as well. It's a great analytics platform, for example. But in this particular discussion, it's serving as backup storage, and that's really all that. That's the functionality that it's doing. How you're actually going to protect your VMs or containers will depend on the backup product you're using.
Got it. Okay. Another question here, they're asking, is there any extra licensing cost for safe mode snapshots?
No, there isn't. With everything that Pure does, we always include all the software. So, that's included in the cost of the array. And in addition, you always have access to any new features that come out as part of your contract with Pure. We do deliver, all new features to our users at no additional cost and upgrades and so forth. And in fact, we do have some things in the works, some additional refinements of this technology coming down the road. And you would get access to them, as a customer.
Nice. I like that. That's a good model. Next question, how easy is it to get started using safe mode snapshots?
It's really quite simple. I mean, the biggest thing you probably have to do is on your backup software side, because you will have to, reconfigure your backup jobs to point to it, like you would do anytime you were, bringing in a new target platform. But you don't have to change the software you're using. You just would have to point your jobs to, direct to FlashBlade instead of whatever you're backing up to today. Once that's done, you really just work with Pure to set your snapshot schedule for how often you want to take snapshots, how long you want to keep them around, and that's it. I mean, essentially that's it. After that, you're done. It's just you're doing your standard backup management. Of course, we're not changing how that works. But as far as safe mode goes, it's just going to do its thing, without really ever having to think about it. And, hopefully you never do have to think about it. But if you do, it's good. You'll be glad that they're there.
Nice. Okay. Next question. What are the typical types of retentions that are available for safe mode snapshots?
Yeah, I mean, it's really going to be dependent on what you want to do. I mean, we default to 14 days of snapshot retentions. But, we have customers who just use a day or two. We have others that use, months. I mean, it really, it depends on how much protection coverage you want. And of course, there is an equation with any snapshot, it's going to use additional capacity. So there's going to be a whole, discussion about how much backups you're doing, how much your data changes on a day-to-day basis. So there's things you have to figure out, in the planning phase. But, we work with you on that and, come up with retention cycle for your particular need. So it's going to vary, but it is totally flexible as to how you want to do it.
Okay, that's nice. I like that flexibility. And speaking of planning, there's a question here about do they need to take into account capacity overhead when using the safe mode option?
Yeah, as I just discussed, there is going to be a certain amount of additional capacity used by turning on the snapshot feature, because you're keeping basically increasing your data retention as far as that goes. But that's, again, something we'd work out. It's nothing I can't say. I can't give a number because it's really going to depend on your particular situation.
Right. So once you create these snapshots, what are your options for getting those snapshots off-site?
Yeah, you can. The device does do that. You can do FlashBlade to FlashBlade replication. So if you deployed another device, you can set up replication from one to the other if you're looking to get data off-site. Nice.
Okay. So if people want to get started with Pure Storage, learn more about it, what's your recommendation for that?
Hey, just go to our website. There's a number, if you go under products, there's basic information about FlashBlade, hardware information and so forth. If you look under our solutions, there is specifically section called Rapid Restore, which really goes into all this, as well as the ransomware capabilities.
Nice. All right. Well, I think that's all the time we have for our live Q&A, but it's been great having you on today. Thank you, Peter.
All right. Thank you very much. I was glad to be here.
And thank you to Pure Storage for supporting today's event. Check out the handout that's available for download there in your audience console. That is the Protect Against Ransomware with Pure Storage Solutions Brief. It has more details on what Peter was presenting in his presentation. Awesome. And of course, visit purestorage.com. And now it's time for our next presentation on today's EcoCast.
And now I'm excited to introduce Mr. Sazala Reddy, CTO and co-founder at Datrium. Sazala, thank you for being here. Take it away.
Hey, thanks, David. Hey, everybody. What I want to do today is talk about disaster recovery in the cloud. Now, as we all know, disaster recovery has never been an easy problem. It's pretty challenging, especially the ransomware attacks these days. So first, let me introduce you to some of the, what the industry trends are and kind of how the industry is evolving, and then walk you through how an example of how DR to the cloud can really work well for you. Disaster recovery has always been important for every business, but more and more, it's important that your business applications are up all the time. No business can afford downtime anymore. If customers, employees, businesses, other businesses, depending on your business, they're not going to tolerate a downtime at all. And what's more challenging these days, besides just other natural outages like power outages and natural disasters and the human error problems, it's that ransomware. Ransomware is now hitting so many different customers in so many different ways. It's become a big, big problem. And if you think about it, it is a type of disaster event. We used to think that we could just do backups and we are protected against it, but that is not true. It's all about recovery. When you have a problem, nobody cares what problem you have. All they care about is how quickly can you come back up online. And ransomware is an industry which you have two options when ransomware hits you. Of course, you should try to protect and prevent and everything else, but when they hit you, you have two options fundamentally. Either you pay up or you can recover or you can fight back. So if you just do backups and you'll take you days to recover, then you're better off just paying. What you really need is a solution which you can to fight back is to actually just recover rapidly from ransomware. DR has historically been very expensive. It's been very ugly. It's a very manual process. If you ask anybody what they really want from a solution, from a DR solution, is they want instant recovery, instant RTO. That's number one. Like I said before, nobody cares what problems you have right now. They just want to know that everything is up online in this second. The second thing is that people care about ransomware recovery because it's there everywhere now. And thirdly, we live in the iPhone world, the SaaS world. People expect ease of use to be part of the solution. Those are the three top things We have tested with the customers, and that's what they tell us. The reason why DR is expensive and complex is if you look at a data center, it involves so many different components. It involves your applications, your hypervisor, your networking, your primary storage, backup, all these different pieces. And you got to replicate all of these pieces into a second data center. And when you have a disaster, you have to pray that this is really going to work for you. And lastly, you have to then sometimes create these runbooks, which you make at a given point in time. But the challenge is that the runbooks go out of sync very quickly because things have changed, and these runbooks are no longer a valid way to actually execute your plan. And then you have to keep testing it to make sure that it really works. So the whole thing is really complex, and depending on Murphy's law, and it's not really something you feel confident about. But what's changed in these days is the cloud. The cloud offers a new opportunity to take this on in a different way and provide you a much more robust and a fail-proof solution. So, across time, if you see the evolution of, backup products, you'll see that, from tape to hard drives to some of the newer vendors and some of the new cloud backup vendors, they're all really becoming better and better to use and easy to use, for sure. I used to be the CTO of Data Domain. It's really a good product, a good backup product. The problem is its recovery. You're doing all these giant backups of 100 terabytes, 1 terabyte of backups. To recover from any of these systems, it'll take you days or weeks to recover. That is not what people expect from backup these days. So there is a new way of doing this. And you have to figure out how to do recovery at scale. This is Datrium founders. We kind of got together. We have backgrounds in building enterprise products like Data Domain, VMware, NetApp, some of the core functionality of some of these companies. And we kind of thought that backup is good, but ultimately what you need is recovery. So we converted this complex DR and backup processes people are kind of struggling with and made it into a simple to use SaaS product. That is what we offer. And let me show you precisely what it is. So you can have any VMware storage on-prem or in the cloud. What we're offering is disaster recovery as a service to Amazon. And when there is a failure, we will on demand bring up your services on VMware Cloud on Amazon. I'll show you next couple of slides how precisely it works. So this is all the components fit together. The purple boxes are our software products. There's only two here. There is DRaaS, which is our SaaS service running in Amazon. There's nothing to maintain. It's just a simple service. It runs in Amazon. And then there is this DRaaS Connect, which is something you would connect to our DRaaS service, and it's a global portal. You download this lightweight VM, DRaaS Connect. You install it in your vCenter, and you set up these global backup and runbook policies in the global dashboard, and you're good to go. You're ready to start backups into the DRaaS. We store all the backups on S3. It's deduped and compressed. It's very cheap and deep. And when there's a problem, we will bring up your workloads on VMware Cloud. So let me show you some animation to kind of work you through the workflow. So imagine in steady state, you are running your backups into our DRaaS. They're stored on S3, very cost effective. Sounds all good. Now, when there's a disaster, disaster could be anything. Could be some simple plumbing problem, could be ransomware, could be anything. And when you have that problem, you click a button in our UI, failover. When you do that, we will launch VMware servers on demand and instantaneously bring up your workloads in the VMware SDDC. So when you have this disaster, you can bring up these workloads, and you only pay for the VMware SDDC when there is a disaster, and otherwise you're not paying for it. At that point, your workloads come up, the vCenter everywhere, it looks the same everywhere. And then let's see how to fail back. I know in most situations, the disaster is not really a permanent disaster. Your data center went down because of power outage or some plumbing issue. So let's say you fix the data center, and then you say, okay, I'm going to fail back. It's a planned failback. We'll bring back all the changes. Only the minimum changes required, because we also do dedupe over the wire. We don't bring everything back, just the bare minimum to actually bring you back to where you were before, so to your data center. And then shut down the VMware cloud services. So think about it this way. Think about it like having to pay for insurance after you have an accident. That's how this operates. That in steady state, you're only paying for DRaaS, the S3 components, and when there is a disaster, you then start paying and launching your service, your VMware services. So how does our software work? Our secret sauce is that we're able to turn backups into live VMs. There's no copying of data to something else. So at the core of our file system is our ability to store deep backups on S3. We have a built-in catalog, all the cool stuff. But when there is a problem, we're instantaneously able to turn these backups into live VMs. And we can NFS mount these live VMs into the VMware SDDC. So there is no rehydration, there is no copying. That's a big difference between us and a backup vendor or any backup software, is that there is no copying of data from your backup storage into the primary storage. We are able to turn your backups live right now and register to vCenter. That's why we have instant RTO. And on top of that, to put it all together, we have a DR orchestrator, which is basically composed of runbook orchestration, and also it kind of puts all the pieces together, including our backups, including the primary storage and networking and the VMware SDDC, and makes it all look like one piece so that it's easy to manage the whole thing. And it's a SaaS service. Minute of upgrading it, it's over-the-air updates. With this, one of the things you get is, how do you recover from ransomware attack? See, if ransomware attack happens to you, you need to be able to try experiments because you don't know when the ransomware attack happened. You know, you kind of get a rough feeling based on how the changes have happened in your data sets, but you still don't know precisely which backup should you go back to and kind of recover from there. So that requires experimentation. And if your experimentation takes too long, if you have to click on a backup and recover, if it takes you like a few hours to recover each backup, that is not going to work for you. Then to really fight back, you need this ability to point at a backup, which could be 1,000 VMs, and click a button and be able to bring back all your workloads instantaneously without any copying, no hydration. That's what gives you the ability to fight back with ransomware. Also in the cloud, if you get hit by ransomware in your data center, you can start clean with the clean servers, everything in the cloud, and start it up and then check it out how to recover from this. So you really need this ability for ransomware to have deep backups. You need that because you have to go back in time. And then you need the instant RTO to be able to bring up your workloads instantaneously. Without these two, you can't really fight back with ransomware. One of the challenges in creating runbooks is that, or basically whatever configs you set up for your DR plans, is that it can go out of sync as soon as you make it because things have changed. So this is one of the things we really wanted to solve. So what we have done is that we do something we call continuous compliance checks. It checks every 30 minutes all the components of the DR, including your networking, including the software on the vCenter, and including the Amazon pieces, everything, and including your plan, and make sure that the plan is in compliance. It means that if there is a problem we detect with your plan that it won't work for you when you actually have a failure, we'll tell you right now that there's a problem, go fix it. And this happens every 30 minutes. So you get this early warning alerts for config drifts. It really makes you get confidence in your plan so that when you push the button, it actually works for you. So let me give a couple of examples of how people chose Datrium and how it kind of operates compared to other products in the market. It's not so much that the products are bad, it's just that it gives you a sense of how they're different from our products. So the customer was looking at buying Nutanix running workloads and Cohesity for doing backups to the cloud. It's a fairly large customer, a terabyte of storage, 1,500 VMs. So as you see in the picture on the right-hand side, the challenge was the customer was going to back up all the data into the cloud. Sounds great. It's an S3. It looks pretty cost effective. The issue is when you have to fail over, when you push that button or a script, whatever that is, it will take you 22 days to copy the data from S3 into running it into a primary storage on Amazon. That's unacceptable for any business to be down for 22 days. And secondly, there is a VM refactoring. It's converting VMs from VMware VMs into Amazon VMs. That is going to be not okay when you have a disaster. Suddenly you have to learn something new. Sometimes conversion doesn't really work well. So that's not really a DR plan. It's very hard to imagine how this is going to work. The customer chose Datrium because of simplicity and the instant RTO with VMware Cloud and AWS. Here's another example. They kind of look similar. Here, the customer was trying to use Rubrik and Zerto to do backup to the cloud. And the challenge here was similar, that the RTO was multiple days. It's a little bit smaller data set. And then the VM refactoring. But more importantly, there was no failback plan. Like, this is a one-way migration. You're not coming back from this. So what we are offering our customers is a single point of billing and support. It means that you just, from a customer perspective, you just pick your SLAs and you create DR plans. That's all you have to do. Everything else, we are taking care of the whole thing. It includes, Amazon components. It includes Datrium components. It includes VMware components. And we automate everything, and we own the terms of service. So if you get a problem, you just make one call, and we will take care of it. So what we are offering as a summary is a global DR and backup strategy for your entire business. Your business could be global. Your business could be centralized in one place. You can shut down your second data centers, and you can leverage our disaster recovery as a service on Amazon with VMware Cloud. And you only pay for things when you have a problem. It's an on-demand, pay-per-use DR. Super easy to operate. It's a plug and play. There is no software upgrades to do by yourself. It's all over their updates. We give you instant RTO, and we give you this ransomware recovery, and you get this global dashboard to manage all your DR and backup process. Simple to use SaaS solution. So that was the kind of how we have transformed disaster recovery, and using the cloud. This kind of gives you that new experience and new confidence in being able to have a good DR strategy for your business. So that was the end of the presentation. Hey, David, if any questions you can take?
Absolutely, yeah, great presentation, Sazala. We do have some questions here for you. So first question that came in from the audience, James is asking, he says, are VMware workloads run on Nimble? Can this product handle that?
Yeah, absolutely. If you look at this picture on the screen, I don't have Nimble here, but it kind of represents that you can have any storage. As long as it's VMware on top of it, they're basically happy to work with it and provide you this disaster recovery as a service.
Okay, very nice. I like that flexibility there. Next question, they're asking, how do you manage network settings when the workloads move to AWS?
Yeah, there are a couple of options. One is that in our runbooks, DR runbooks, there is an option to create and set up IP addresses when you actually fail over. And you could set up a subnet change entirely, or you can just set up per VM changes when you move to the cloud. And there are a lot of options available, so make it easy for you to actually change that networking when you go to the cloud. Also, there are two other high-level options. One is that when you actually have the failover, how should it operate? And when you want to do testing, just testing once in a while, how should that operate from a network settings?
Okay, very nice. Next question, what exactly do you test or verify in your compliance checks, and can I decide what gets checked?
Right, so we have about 20 plus checks. It's checking networking, it's checking the vCenter settings, it's checking to make sure that your plan, you said you need these VMs to be backed up, they're all there and they're all going to work for you. It's a comprehensive list, and we're happy to walk you through that as part of the demo if you check out our website. That it's not something you configure, because I think we've done a fully understand how this is supposed to operate. So we've taken away the burden from you to having to think about it, and we are the ones who actually are willing to spend the time in understanding all the various components which fail, and so it's less tweaking for you. So you should just use it. Think of it as a new way of thinking about the SaaS services that you consume and we produce. That's why it's easier for the end user to not have to think about this. But we do produce a audit report, so if something goes wrong, you can check it and you can look at it.
Nice. Well, Sazala, I love how you all have really made this disaster recovery system easy. I mean, it's a SaaS-based model. It sounds like it would be super easy to get started and test. And I mean, hopefully a company never needs to use it, but if they did, it sounds like it would be super easy and efficient to use as well. So, I mean, if people wanted to try this, what do you recommend?
Good question. The easiest way to go check out our website first, www.datrium.com, and there is a demo sign up right there. You can easily just sign up a demo, and we're happy to do the demonstration, a live demonstration, and kind of walk you through how it works. It's a very slick UI and shows you how easy it is to operate the whole thing.
Excellent, excellent. All right, well, excellent presentation. Thank you so much for being on the event today, Sazala.
Hey, thanks a lot, David. Thank you, everybody.
And thank you to Datrium. For more information, visit datrium.com and sign up and get your own personal demo to get all your questions answered.
All right. Cool presentation there. Thank you, Sazala. And thank you, Datrium. I've just brought up the poll question that says, what additional information would you like about the Datrium solution? And so I'll just leave that up here for a few moments. We've run out of time for our live Q&A. Thank you for the questions that have come in. We'll be getting back to you on those electronically. I'll be forwarding those to Sazala to answer here. So thank you for all those. Thank you for the great feedback. David Long, great great presentation. Thank you. Appreciate that. Ilya, awesome presentations. Thank you. We appreciate that. Lots of good feedback coming in. Love all the good questions and the good feedback. All right, so thank you everyone who's answering the poll question. I'm just going to announce our next Amazon $500 gift card winner while we have this poll up. The next gift card is going to Richard Zhu, Z-H-U. Richard Zhu from Tennessee. Congratulations, Richard Z from Tennessee. We've got 3 more gift cards still to give away on today's event, so make sure you stay tuned for those. And with that, it's time for our next presentation. I'm excited now to introduce Mr. Adam Margett, Technical Specialist at Unitrends.
Excellent. David, thank you so much. And hello, everyone that came out to join us today. We appreciate you hanging on and being here to hear a little bit about Unitrends when it comes to data protection, disaster recovery, and even DRaaS, disaster recovery as a service. It's something that is near and dear to us as an organization. We've been in this space for nearly 30 years. But as David had mentioned, my name is Adam Margett. I'm a technical specialist here with Unitrends, and I will be taking you through kind of our portion of the EcoCast here today. But I think that it's really timely and really poignant to be talking about kind of data protection, and some of the tools that we're going to talk about here with Unitrends were use cases that we had seen emerging and things that customers had been asking of us from a functionality or an implementation standpoint. But I think that when we look at how business has fundamentally changed in response to COVID-19, and we've started to now consume or distribute technology in new ways, we're looking at a more distributed workforce, and it's more important than ever that we're taking the right steps to ensure that now the data and the intellectual property that our remote users or our distributed users are creating, that needs to be protected. So that's going to be the focus of really our presentation here today. But before we dive in to the how, I wanted to introduce folks to the who. And again, from here at Unitrends, we've been in the backup and disaster recovery space since 1989. We just celebrated our 30th anniversary last September. And over the evolution of our company, more than 30,000 customers across the globe have come to trust Unitrends for their data protection and disaster recovery needs. We're helping our users protect an excess of 2 exabytes of data. That's going to give or take about 5% of your global annual internet traffic, but really key to delivering some of our solutions when it comes to disaster recovery is the Unitrends Cloud. It's a proprietary manufacturer's operated solution. You can see the regions available on the map to your right in which those cloud services are located, kind of roughly where our global data centers are. And in the Unitrends Cloud, we're protecting over 100 petabytes of our customer data because it is a manufacturer's delivered solution, and that purpose-built cloud. You don't have some of the unpredictability of a hyperscale cloud, but instead, you really have a solution that has been delivered or built with a sole focus on cloud backup and recovery. And for you, the end users, it's a geographically dispersed cloud configuration, but from a management standpoint for you, the subscriber, there's minimal to no management. That's all being handled on the back end by our Cloud Cores team, enabling turnkey disaster recovery offerings. So from our solution, and when you look at kind of the users and some of their satisfaction from a support standpoint, we're taking responsibility for the entire stack, the local backup and recovery hardware or software, that cloud location as well. So your entire business continuity stack, from your locally deployed hardware or software to the cloud services, are all being supported and backed by the same vendor. Our support organization is based entirely here in the United States. They're available 24/7 by 365 to our users. So in response to kind of a changing and a new climate, what can you do about new threats to your business continuity? And we're really going to talk about kind of three key considerations here: protecting the data of your remote workers, ensuring resiliency when there's limited or potentially no access to your data center. That could be or could take shape in a number of different ways. Historically, it could have been your larger scale disaster events, a fire, a flood, a hurricane, damage to the building that might render the site unavailable. Today, it could be potentially a lockdown or bans on travel or access to particular employees, and nobody can recover when backups themselves were unsuccessful. And we know from working and talking to our users and other folks that troubleshooting backups is just, it can be incredibly painful and really frustrating. So we're really excited. And actually, if anyone was on the Megacast last week on 4/8, we teased a little bit during our Q&A Unitrends Helix, which is going to automatically mitigate some of those common sources of backup failures. So we're really excited to talk a little bit more in depth about what that's going to look like. So when it comes to protecting data for your remote workers, even before COVID-19, it was increasingly that our workforces were distributed. We've seen a great rise and more adoption of folks that are working from home, or those road warriors that are visiting customer sites or out in the field to perform necessary function of their jobs, but they're now inputting and generating property or IP on devices that are geographically distributed. They are mobile, and they're incredibly vulnerable to loss, theft, or end user error. And you should really be worried about protecting these devices, because the statistics out there are kind of startling. There's a 10% chance that a mobile device or a laptop will be lost or stolen in its lifetime. And more than half of those stolen devices result in a breach of personally identifiable or protected information or sensitive data relative to the organization. So the average cost from a laptop loss being around $47,000 includes those incidents where the right security measures were in place, and really we're dealing with the burden of having to reimage the machine, a little bit of loss of productivity for the end user that lost the device, and maybe a little bit of time for the IT professional, to the more extreme cases where a potential breach of information. There was a case where an employee for a healthcare organization in New York lost data. Ultimately, that was breached and leaked on the dark web. The fines or the penalties were in excess of $700,000. So you might be thinking, yeah, I can replace a device for $800 to $1,200, but we're taking into consideration the overall cost of the business. Can include other factors than just that replacement hardware, from productivity to also mitigating that risk. So you're certainly going to want to leverage tools for security, encryption, multi-factor authentication, but in preserving now the data that our users are creating, you're going to want to have a backup strategy for those devices as well. And we're here to help. One of the first solutions that we're going to talk about, really being powered by the Unitrends Cloud, is what we call our Unitrends Cloud Backup, or our UCB. And what this is a direct-to-cloud backup solution, really focused at the outset on file and folder backup for those mobile or dispersed devices, your laptops, work-from-home workstations, those remote employees. Even you've got some basic functionality around the more simple file server data. If you've got a little bit of a longer RTO on that, you can go direct to cloud without the need to store or save backups on premise. So what the goal is here, and what we're enabling folks to do, is to easily deploy this for your mobile workforce. There's no local appliance that you need to set up. The devices don't need to come in and be connected to your local network. You simply install a lightweight, hardened file agent on the devices that you want to protect, and that is paired with an instance in the Unitrends cloud. So the goal here is with that direct to cloud, we want to help you eliminate hours of lost productivity or wasted time when it comes to re-imaging or recovering devices in the event of loss, theft, or end user error. Under kind of the hood here, as I had mentioned, you've got an enterprise-grade hardened Windows file agent, and some of that hardening is to enable the agent to adapt to these devices that don't necessarily always have the most regular internet connection. We know that in some cases, these devices were going on planes, on trains, buses, and so forth, so the agent is adapt to understand when the device has internet connection. You set the backup schedule based on the recovery point objective. Back this device up once a day, once every other day, once every 3 days. And when the file agent has access, it's going to initiate those backup streams. We're going to leverage our incremental forever strategy. So this is not a file sync solution. The first backup seeded to the cloud will be a full backup, and then we'll just be tracking changes or incrementals thereafter. The backups will be compressed, deduplicated, and encrypted. We're leveraging AES 256-bit encryption, both in flight and at rest, for data that is traveling to and being stored in the Unitrends cloud. On the outset of our release here, we have support for PCs that are running Windows 8 and up, 64-bit OS, and servers that are running Windows 2012 and up, 64-bit. On the back end, when it comes to the cloud service, we are performing all of the monitoring, management, and maintenance. And the great thing about licensing this out is it's per device, and we're giving you a protected capacity of up to 1 terabyte on the endpoint. That's a pretty robust endpoint, but you're not worried about the cloud storage consumed. So as that retention continues to build, your price doesn't change. It's an upfront subscription based on the device. We're managing that back-end environment. We know we may receive items that aren't going to dedupe or compress all that well. So let us worry about the cloud storage and kind of what that footprint looks like. You ensure that you've deployed and have protection for that mobile workforce. As with all of the Unitrends services, relative to the cloud that we're going to discuss today, you are landing backups in our SSAE 18 certified data centers. They've undergone and passed the SOC 2 Type 2 audit. We also meet compliance standards for a number of industries that are reliant on them, whether that's HIPAA through certain retention periods and our military-grade encryption, FERPA, CGIS, GDPR, among others. A full list of compliances and controls can be found on the Unitrends Cloud FAQ. And today, with the UCB launch this spring, we are offering service for our U.S. data center locations in the next couple of months. The first half of this year, we will be rolling out support for the rest of the world, including our UK, EMEA, and APAC data center locations. So from a management standpoint, we want to make it really straightforward for you, the users. You've got a cloud interface. You can kind of see that in the background, just an easy cloud portal to hop into and log on. It is multi-tenant. So you can have end users, you can give them their own logins and kind of set scope and permission so that they can perform recoveries for just their data. So you can have users perform their own recoveries, or they can go in with the help of an IT administrator and you can help kind of walk them through or help them perform that recovery process. You can integrate this with just about any endpoint management solution, and you can recover to any machine with the agent installed. So if you need to replace a lost device, you can restore the contents of the backup to a brand new device. Just install that agent first, and you'll be able to redeploy or restore to that new device. So a lot of times we get the question, hey, we're already protecting laptops that, we're syncing in some cases with OneDrive or the Google Drive. And we would recommend that you would pair UCB backup with a file sync solution. UCB is not file sync, but when you look at the status of that synchronization, is all data synced, even if you think it is? I checked my iPhone this morning and I'm something like 60% synced with the iCloud. All of a sudden I've got, all these pictures and contacts that for whatever reason haven't been stored in that destination. So you may have gaps there, and you may want to consider, is the backup solution something that we would need for all employees, or just particular employees where the data may be more sensitive or more detrimental in the event of a loss? You've also got gaps when it comes to those public cloud platforms. And as we're enabling our users to collaborate and work remotely, I'm sure that for a lot of organizations, SaaS solutions such as your Office 365 has been a common solution that you've turned to. But Microsoft, among others, operate their cloud platforms with a shared model of responsibility. Ultimately, They are providing the security and the availability of the cloud. Data protection security within the cloud is the responsibility of the subscriber to the service. So ultimately, the users that you're bringing into your tenant, the data or the IP that they're creating, administration of your applications is the responsibility of you, the user. So when we think about some of the gaps or the risks that there are within SaaS applications, accidental deletion is one. And now think, you've got all of these not particularly savvy, these non-IT personnel that are remote. They don't have easy access to their on-site IT resource. They may not just be reminded or see some of those familiar reminders as they would in their regular workplace. They're prone to error. Accidental deletion, we see it all the time. And if you're thinking, well, deleted items end up in the recycle bin, it's really not a sufficient backup solution. A deleted item is retained for up to 30 days. Beyond that, it is hard deleted. It's unrecoverable. And the average time from data compromise to discovery is about 144 days. We hear it all the time from users that thought, hey, we'd find it in the recycle bin, but all of a sudden it was gone long before they even knew that they needed it or they realized that it was missing. You've also got threats, both internal and external. We've observed variants of malware and ransomware that are being coded or written to execute and go after Office 365 environments, but you've also got the potential for internal employee action. It's tough to get accurate figures because it's kind of a sensitive subject to report on, but it's estimated that employee action is involved in anywhere from 25 to 33% of all cybercrime incidents. So Microsoft has no way of recognizing user intent or user behavior. An item or a bunch of items being deleted out of an inbox or off of a drive could be someone performing a regular cleanup. It could be an employee that has been scorned. They feel that they've been wrongfully terminated. They're trying to cause harm or damage before they depart. Microsoft wouldn't know the difference. So to help shore up some of the gaps in data protection and in this shared model of responsibility, there is spanning. It's a cloud-to-cloud backup service for Office 365, for the G Suite, for Salesforce.com. It's performing automated backups with unlimited cloud storage and unlimited retention for those items. So you get to license this the same way that you do your O365 today on a per user, per month basis. We will auto-discover and immediately enroll new accounts that are being added to your tenant in backups. We'll come back and kind of adjust and make sure that they've got the appropriate licensing, but we'll auto-discover and start backing up those new accounts. You, again, have a cloud portal to perform self-service recovery. The restores are non-destructive, so we're not going to overwrite any existing data. We'll create a new folder or a new site to locate restored content. And you've got some granularity when it comes to recovery as well. Choose the individual files, folders, mailboxes that you need to recover as necessary. So really key, and one really exciting kind of new integration or new release with spanning comes from a security perspective. And the majority of people use the same password for most, if not all, of the websites that they are using, and Office 365 is no different. So we have integrated, and this has really been a benefit of Unitrends coming into the Kaseya family, dark web monitoring for your Office 365 environment. When we think about it, email is the primary target for hacking, fraud, and typically these threat actors are looking to exploit weak or stolen credentials. It's a really common technique, and your O365 credentials enable access to a lot more than just the email account. It's all of your applications and services. This could be your document stores for your Outlook, your OneDrive, your SharePoint, collaboration services such as Teams and Planner, your business intelligence applications, Power BI and Dynamics. So with our dark web monitoring for Office 365, you're going to be alerted proactively to compromised or stolen employee credentials, enabling you to take proactive steps to secure those accounts before malicious activity occurs. In the event of a deletion, you're going to take advantage or leverage Spanning's in-depth audit reporting and search capabilities to determine when or where data loss has taken place, and you're able to restore any corrupted or lost data very, very quickly, entirely self-service again. So we're enabling, again, that proactive defense against account takeover attacks, purpose-built for Office 365, very, very easy to integrate in with your existing O365 deployment. We've got spanning from a backup perspective, as well as the dark web monitoring piece. We're really excited about this integration, and I've added the link here so that folks can kind of check that out, read a little bit more about it, see demos online if you would light to. It's a really, really great tool and piece of technology. So we've talked a lot about kind of this, protecting the endpoints themselves, but what about those workloads that are still residing within our data center, or we're using our data center to drive them forward? When we think about deploying Unitrends, we're going to be deploying in your data center, where we'll protect over 250 versions of physical servers, virtual machines, and applications. We've got a tremendous support matrix for different operating systems, applications, and hypervisors. We're recommending that you would send one backup copy. While one copy is going to reside on your appliance immediately available for recovery, one backup copy is going off-site to your cold target. This could be rotational media or immutable storage. It could be a public cloud bucket, just somewhere that's not going to be physically connected to the same network as those production workloads or the backup appliance. Another copy we're recommending goes off-site to the recovery site. This could be another Unitrends appliance where you're managing DR on your own. This could be the Unitrends cloud, where we as the service provider are managing disaster recovery for you. From a cloud perspective, and I mentioned this earlier, the Unitrends cloud is a purpose-built cloud environment. So we are not AWS, we are not Azure. It is designed to deliver a few key services. And the first is long-term data retention. Similarly to the cloud solutions that we've discussed, we're managing that back-end environment for you. You perform self-service recovery of items that have been stored for long-term or designated for long-term retention from the same interface that you use to manage your local appliance. So recovery from the Unitrends cloud is entirely self-service. The retention periods are built in, so you've got a fixed upfront cost based on the capacity of data locally that you're looking to replicate to our cloud and the retention period that you require. The other piece comes for recovery in the cloud, and that's our disaster recovery as a service, a hands-free failover process where our team has conducted and performed all of that heavy lifting, the installation and onboarding. We initiate the failover and recovery of service upon a disaster declaration. We bring workloads or make them available to you based on a contractually guaranteed recovery time objective SLA. There's a 1 hour, 24 hour, and best effort level of service. You can mix and match as to best customize and meet your needs and the needs of your organization. So when we talk about kind of doing some of that heavy lifting in a white glove service, we're taking care to mirror and prepare the data center environment for you so that we're immediately ready for that failover event or declaration. We're defining the protected systems that are being enrolled, the recovery point, recovery time objectives, and the DR response requirements. As we configure a private and purpose-tuned cloud stack for your recovery needs, we're enrolling machines and configuring out the networking to mirror your production environment, defining firewall settings, QoS, provisioning out public-facing IPs. We prepare the environment so that we're immediately ready to initiate spin-up. We perform regular testing on the backup copies that we receive, down to executing scripts at the application level to certify their underlying performance. We report back to you the results of those tests on a weekly or a monthly basis. So declaration, when disaster is declared and the local site is rendered unavailable, you make a phone call. An authorized individual makes a phone call, and we initiate spin up within the cloud stack. We provide you with an IPsec tunnel, SSL VPN, to reroute user traffic to the workloads that are now running out of the Unitrends cloud, and we are taking backups as you're running production for those particular instances. When you're ready to recover or rebuild that local site, you notify us that, hey, we're prepared. We're going to seed backup copies onto a brand new appliance, overnight ship you the data from the DR site to the local site so you can begin that first local recovery and import. As you're getting prepared to switch back operation and production to that local site, we're going to tear down any last Delta changes once we are notified, get those to you either over the WAN or on a separate seed device so that you can begin one final import. So the last step here, we've sent you those very last Delta changes. You're going to perform one final sync, roll systems forward and bring them online, reroute your user traffic back down to your local site, and we will send a new prep kit to capture changes for a future failover or future declaration. The last piece that we really wanted to touch on today when it comes to some of these backup failures is a piece of technology that we're really excited about. So just think that potentially for your organization, IT resources are stretched really thin right now. When when it comes to environmental issues, it can still be a challenge for every backup vendor. If you're a Windows shop, I'm sure you're familiar with VSS errors. So just think you or one of your admins has a new project and you're going to be rolling out Office 365 to your company. It's a big deal, and it's fairly high stress because there are a lot of users that are counting on it working, but at the same time, it's really rewarding. It's very interesting. But you come into the office and now all of a sudden you see an alert, 5 of our backups failed last night. You start going through the logs, your admin's looking through his logs, but hey, we're not backup experts. We haven't been in these logs in a while. We don't really know what to make of them. We're not the expert here. So you call up the support vendor, you're getting bombarded with questions before you can even explain what the problem is, and eventually you're escalated up from L1 to L2. You're running tests all day. Hey, try rerunning the backups. Try restarting this particular service. Nothing works. Eventually, you've come to rule out everything but potentially VSS service issues. So you start to restart services, but there are applications that are dependent on those services running, so we may be impacted or we can't necessarily do it during production or business hours. Eventually, you've restarted all of the right services and the backup works again. So the admin or yourself are going in to report the status on that O365 implementation, and you say, hey, I was working all day to get backups working. We haven't made any progress here. And it's kind of a bummer. You don't feel like you've achieved it. You spent that time, kind of those low value tasks, that tuning and management and that tinkering of the appliances. What we're striving to deliver with Helix is that you come in, you see that the backups ran successfully. You see an email alert from Unitrends Helix. A VSS service was hung. It was successfully restarted during a safe window. You come in and you're kicking off that O365 project. Helix is a self-healing program that is designed to solve a lot of those common environmental issues with zero manual intervention or effort. So at the start or on our release here, it's very easy to set up. It's going to be delivered as a SaaS product. So it's an add-on to any existing Unitrends backup deployment. And as we're starting, it's going to evolve with our technology. But today, it's going to enable you or to immediately remediate or fix issues with those VSS services, which we rely on to back up Windows assets and those applications. And if you're having issues with VSS, the backups are going to fail. But we see that the ability to start to automate appliance updates, keep up to date on features and security patches, out-of-date software has significantly less value. And in the future, when we think about what's going to come, the ability to set up custom appliance configuration, authentication checks or authentication checks for the network, disk space on virtual systems, ensure that we've got enough space to take a snapshot, even to trigger automated recovery. A physical server fails and Helix will detect that and trigger instant recovery, reducing that downtime while an admin or an IT professional is busy somewhere dealing with something else. All of a sudden, we've transitioned to a resilience platform. You can read a little bit more. We're incredibly excited about the vision and the future of Helix. Again, at the start, mitigating and correcting issues around VSS errors and services automatically for you. So when we think about the tools here to kind of mitigate some of these new risks, keep in mind, we want to protect our remote workforce with Unitrends Cloud Backup or spanning O365 for those SaaS applications, managing new security threats with dark web ID monitoring, resilience through disaster recovery as a service, and mitigating failures with Unitrends Helix. At this point here, I've got a number of resources that are going to be available to the audience, and our slide deck presentation has been posted as well. We've got some really aggressive promotions, and I recognize that for a lot of folks, it's a really challenging and difficult time. We want to ensure that folks are able to get the technology that they need for that resilience and continuity. So our teams are being incredibly flexible with deferred payments, annualized payments, and at the front, we're offering some really aggressive promotions. Free hardware on our on-premise backup appliances, really aggressive discounts on Spanning and Unitrends Cloud Backup, starting at 50% off MSRP. So you can reach out to learn a little bit more, but this slide deck will be, or is posted in the audience console as well. So clickable PDFs will take, or clickable URLs will take you to unitrends.com where you can grab more information or request for follow-up. At this point, I'll turn it back over to David to see if we had any questions come in during the presentation.
Yeah, great presentation, Adam. We do have some questions for you. While we do that, I'm just going to bring up this poll. What additional information would you like about the Unitrends solutions? Adam,
Yes, David, absolutely. How are you?
I'm good. Really cool info there on Helix. That's exciting stuff that you guys are doing.
We are really excited about that, and even saw some feedback coming in from the audience, which I love, and I think that ultimately, our goal with that is to, as we've explained, start to reduce some of the manual intervention, but in some cases too, help users raise awareness to repetitive underlying issues, identify potentially unhealthy systems. As we know, it's a huge challenge to be able to recover, or you can't, in a lot of cases, recover from a bad or a non-existent backup. And we want to ensure that really we're thinking of recovery and enabling that, keeping that top of mind for folks.
Excellent. Also, some good feedback on the promotions as well. So nice to hear that as well. Let's see. First question that came in, they're asking is, would Unitrends work for a small 10-user environment? From Rob.
So I think, Rob, that in a lot of cases, a smaller environment is a great fit for Unitrends. We have customers that certainly scale, but we really span the gambit. I mean, a few hundred gigs to multiple petabytes are all within our wheelhouse. But I think that particularly for small environments or where staff and resources may be limited, being able to leverage some of our automation, the automatic reporting, once it kind of is set up, hopefully the goal is to really reduce the amount of time that you're coming in and playing around with the system. You get your regular status reports, notifications, and email alerts as needed. But with some of the automation, I think in a lot of cases, a smaller environment where you may be limited in terms of staff or manpower, there are some great advantages to leveraging a lot of the automation that we have under the hood, whether it's through data copy access or the Helix agents we just talked about.
Nice. Okay. Next question, Rob is also asking, is the spanning Office 365 a backup or is it a compliant archive?
So it is going to be a backup. As far as compliancy, the spanning tenant is SSA 18 certified. The backups are actually stored within AWS, so you have some redundancy even between your hyperscale cloud platforms, but it is creating backups. When we think about archive, though, from a retention standpoint, you get infinite retention with spanning as well as unlimited storage. So if long-term retention is the goal, you can simply leave yourself subscribed. It's a per user charge, so you're not accumulating any additional fees as that storage is built or retained over time. But it is designed with a backup kind of solution in mind. But for folks that are looking for that longer-term retention, in some cases that could be, I think, a potential use case.
Nice. All right, next question comes from George. He's asking, does the backup on PCs work independently of Microsoft OneDrive, or does it use the contents of OneDrive for something?
So it's going to work completely independently from those file sync solutions. And actually, the file sync solutions are one of the automatic exclusions. So when you're setting up the backup job for these, you can use a profile that's already been created or use a custom profile to identify the contents or the data within the device that you want to back up. But it is going to be independent of those file sync solutions, but you can or back up the content specifically of the C directory and your users, the C drive itself, all of the drives, but one of those exclusions would be something like a USB stick or a piece of removable media, and those file sharing solutions. This is an independent backup solution that will protect the file and folder contents of the Windows machine.
Okay. Next question comes from Eric. He's asking, how is your direct-to-cloud licensed?
So the direct-to-cloud is licensed on a per-machine basis. So, Eric, we're managing all of that back-end cloud storage. Upon release, we're protecting up to 1 terabyte of raw data on the device itself, on the endpoint itself. Don't worry about what that cloud storage looks like. We know that there are going to be potentially items on there that won't dedupe or compress all that well. So you determine the number of devices. It will protect up to 1 terabyte of data on those devices, and then you can select from one of 3 retention periods. The backups will be retained within the Unitrends Cloud tenant for either 90 days, 1 year, or infinitely. So 3 options to choose from a retention standpoint.
Okay, excellent. Let's see. I'm afraid that's all the time we have in our live Q&A. But before you go, last question: what should people do to get started with Unitrends? What's the easiest next step?
I think that's a great question, David, and I would always encourage folks to visit unitrends.com to get started, but I've also included today's slide deck in the resources. So there are a number of hyperlinks, the promotional landing pages, some of the landing pages about some of the specific solutions as well. So that might be a great place, too, to find some of that information or look for some additional resources. It's available in PDF format in the audience console.
Awesome. Well, I put a couple more technical questions we didn't have time for. They're in the Q&A folder for you. Thank you for being on the event today, Adam.
Awesome. David, thank you so much. It's always a pleasure.
Thank you to Unitrends for supporting the event today. Like Adam said, check out the slides that he has in PDF format there for download in the Handouts tab for more information. All right, and now it's time for our next gift card drawing. That's going to Joe Amatrudo from Pennsylvania. Joe Amatrudo from Pennsylvania, congratulations. We'll reach out to you to deliver that gift card. Still have 2 more to give away on the event, so make sure you stay tuned. And now I'm excited to introduce our next presenter on today's event, Gijsbert from Zerto. Gijsbert is a technology evangelist there at Zerto. Gijsbert, are you there?
I definitely am.
Thanks for being on. It's good to have you again, Gijsbert. Take it away.
Thank you very much. Happy to be here again. Yes, I have a lot to cover, so and only a short amount of time, so I better get started. So I'm Gijsbert Jansen van Doorn. I'm Director Tech Marketing at Zerto, and today I'm going to talk about our wonderful platform. Little intro on Zerto. We were established or founded in 2009. We have 5 global offices. We have over 8,000 customers now across 75 countries, and thanks to our wonderful partners, which include Microsoft and HP and IBM, and over 450 plus global operating managed service providers, we are able to scale that well, and we are able to help our customers and our mutual customers. Now, our vision is to enable an uninterrupted world for all technology users, consumers, and businesses. Now, how do we do that? We do that by using our Zerto IT Resilience platform. And what that platform does, it converges cloud mobility, disaster recovery, and backup solutions into one single, simple, really scalable IT resilience platform. Now, let's dig into what is happening in the IT world nowadays. And as we talk with our customers, we see the following imperatives that IT is challenged with. One of them is moving to the cloud. Companies are looking at ways to take advantage of the cloud and innovate faster, and you can't really become or take part in the digital transformation without deploying one or more cloud architectures. Of course, there's new level of security and actually new threats as well that add more risk. There are always new and more strict compliances and regulatory requirements that you need to comply with or to. Data keeps on growing. It never stops. And so does technology. The technology keeps evolving. There's cloud, there's containers, there's new type of infrastructures that you might want to use. So that's what everybody's facing and everybody's challenged with. But besides all that, we're still expecting 24/7, no downtime, no data loss. And I'd like to add one more, no performance impact. I can have everything up and running for 24 hours, 7 days a week, but if at a certain point in time everything's really slow, that would still harm my customer experience or my user experience. So what businesses really need to do is they need to manage all disruptions, whether it's planned or unplanned. And when we're looking at unplanned, and this is what typically people were looking at from a DR and backup perspective, it's those infrastructure failures, it's those actual natural disasters, it's that ransomware attack, which unfortunately keep on happening and happening and happening. You can Google the headlines and you'll get loads of them. But of course, it's still the operational recovery, and user can still accidentally delete a file. They could still corrupt the database. They could still do something with the environment. But it's also those planned disruptions, because even though, yes, you planned for them, they are still disruptions. And any disruptions within this 24/7 type of IT infrastructure is one you don't want. And that's migration. Migration can be really disruptive. It's mobilizing your applications. It's doing or introducing new architecture, new hardware into your data center, migrations, consolidations. You still have that regular things you need to do. You need to develop applications. You need to test patches. You need to test applications. There's a lot of things that are planned but still cause a disruption. And somewhere in the middle, you still need to comply to all those regulations and still need to be compliant. And long-term retention is one of those challenges there, because you need to store data for a longer amount of time. Now, how do we address that? We address that using our Certo IT Resilience platform. At the core, we have continuous data protection, and using that continuous data protection engine, we deliver the following capabilities. It's DR. It's operational recovery. And with operational recovery, we mean getting back that VM to production, restoring a file, the things that you typically use the more traditional backup solutions for. Of course, long-term retention to remain compliant. Help you deploy a hybrid and multi-cloud architecture by giving you the mobility and protection features that you need when you want to deploy that. And of course, helping you with those operational services, helping you with on-demand application sandboxes where you can test your patches on, where you can do off-site vulnerability scanning on, you name it. And every capability you see, we have some way of orchestrating and automating it, making sure that it's fast and reliable as well. And wrapped around that, there's this nice layer of analytics where you can really get the visibility across all those multiple sites you might have deployed, giving you insight into how is my environment protected, help you plan for the future with our resource planner capabilities. So there's all of that all combined into one platform, one user interface. Now, what is our difference? So how are we different? One, we're using continuous replication. No agents, no snapshots, always on, and you can do it across different environments, across different hypervisors, from on-premises to cloud. We have our journal. Our journal is really our differentiator. We give you granular point-in-time recovery, granularity of seconds. You can go back 5 seconds in time, 30 seconds in time, 2 minutes, up to 30 days. Using our long-term retention, you can stretch that to many, many years. We help you protect applications using our application consistency grouping. And it's built to scale, and it's built to be simple, simple, simple. I know we say that a lot, but that's the #1 feedback we get. You can find us on Gartner Peer Insights. Look us up, #1 feedback. Oh, it's so easy to use, and it's so easy to deploy, and it's so easy to scale. Now let's zoom into that continuous, always-on replication. So what we introduced back in 2009, or actually 2011 when we came out of stealth, is hypervisor-based replication. So we're really tightly integrated into the hypervisor, and we've seen that happen over the past years. Everything gets integrated into the hypervisor. It's storage, it's networking, and of course, it's the service itself, because they've been virtualized as well. So that means we're a software-only stack. We're really easy to deploy because you only need to point us to your hypervisor management environment. Because we're so tightly integrated and we deliver near sync replication from within the hypervisor, there's no production impact. You can replicate and start replicating your environment without any adjustments to your environment. Your VMs, your end users will not notice a thing. There's zero performance impact. No scheduling needed. It's always on. It's always protecting you. There's no snapshots. There's no agents you would need to install into your hypervisor or to your VM environment. It's completely hardware and storage agnostic. Any type of storage, any type of hypervisor, at least VM or Hyper-V, again, leaving you always protected. With Zerto 8, which is our most recent release, we also added support for things like vVol, so really tightening our partnership with VMware and our integration within the VMware hypervisor. Now, this is for hypervisor-based environments. We also support clouds. We support AWS. We support Azure, both native, so Azure AWS EC2, Azure native, and also we have 450 plus cloud service providers that offer some kind of service, whether it's a DR as a service or use us to onboard on their clouds. And everything we do, everything we allow you to do is across all those different platforms. So you can really deploy your multi-cloud, hybrid cloud infrastructure using Zerto. You can use Azure as a DR site and only pay for Azure storage and still have RPOs and RTOs of minutes. You can use maybe one of your more local cloud service providers like Island or Cheerpoint or Expedient. There's many out there, which all deliver a DR as a service using Zerto as a platform. We can replicate to multiple locations at once. So you can have your production site, and because you really want to make sure that you can fill over in any scenario, you can replicate to a DR site, which is managed by yourself, running your own data center there, and at the same time also replicate into a cloud to make sure that if both your data centers are on the path of a hurricane, you could still fail over to the cloud. And we actually have customers doing that. So that's really, really powerful. Now, the other thing we have is our journal, which is at the core of our technology as well. And a journal replicates every change, stores every change that happens to a VM, and allows you to recover to any point in time. So what that means is you have this whole list of points in time that you can recover to, and that could be 5 seconds ago, or 10 seconds ago, or 2 minutes ago, or 2 hours ago, up to 30 days. So let's say disaster hits. Maybe a ransomware hits you at 10 a.m. You could actually rewind to 5 seconds before it happened. If you compare that to snapshots, which you typically take every few hours, or backup that you do once every 24 hours, we really minimize that data loss to seconds instead of hours. That's really important as well. Of course, we talked about long-term retention, storing data for a longer amount of time. And using our journal and using our long-term retention architecture as well, we can protect you and recover data, whether it's from seconds ago to years ago. And we can do that by using more cost-effective secondary storage or cloud storage for the long-term retention, and use production-grade storage for the short-term retention, giving you the fastest recovery possible. And you can do that for entire sites for DR. You can recover a specific application using our application consistency grouping, a specific VM, or even files if you want to, down to the second. And that's really, really powerful. Now, it's all about the applications. Applications are what you use. Applications are what your customers or your end users use. So we really want to make sure that we help you protect those applications. And that's why we have what we call virtual protection groups. And basically what they do is they protect your entire application stack, because enterprise applications are complex nowadays. It's not one virtual machine anymore. It's multiple. It's a firewall. It's a load balancer. It's a database server. Maybe it's even multiple database servers of different vendors. And you have all these other components of that application that make up that single application. So what you want to do is you want to protect, move, and recover them as one entity. And, of course, make sure that you can recover every part of that application to a consistent point in time. And that's what we allow you to do with our virtual protection groups. Because if we compare that to, let's say, a more legacy or traditional backup, is a backup job starts at a certain point in time, let's say 11 p.m., and ends at 5 a.m., and all the VMs will be backed up within that time window. But if you recover, what's your RPO going to be? It might be from 5 hours ago, because that's when the first component of that application got recovered too, but it's not consistent. So what Zerto with our virtual protection groups allows you to do is every time we create a checkpoint, That checkpoint is consistent across every single virtual machine in your environment or in your virtual protection group. So that means every VM is recovered to the exact same point in time. So you can go back 5 seconds, 10 seconds for the entire application stack, whether it's 5 VMs, 10, 20, 30 VMs. So that really gives you the ability to recover applications instead of single components of those applications. And again, this is all delivered using one uniform interface, giving you one experience. The UI looks the same no matter what platform you use. The workflows work in the same way no matter what platform you use. Built-in orchestration and automation allows you to simply click a few buttons and start that migration, start that failover process, recover those files. No production impact testing workflows, so you can test whenever you want to whatever point in time you want. We actually have customers that went from a yearly DR test to a weekly DR test just because we make it so simple and because we have our APIs built in to make sure you can automate it. Besides that, with Zerto Analytics, we give you full visibility and control across your multiple sites. Again, all built into the platform. Zerto Analytics is available for any Zerto user out there. You don't need to install anything. It's delivered as a cloud service, so people could start using it right now. Of course, visibility is one thing from a monitoring perspective, but there's also compliance. Every time you initiate a failover using Zerto, move an application to the cloud, perform a failover test, will automatically generate a report. And you can use that report to prove your ability to recover. It will show you things like who did what, when did they do it, to what point in time did they go, and of course all the detailed steps we took in the background, giving you that really deep reporting on how your recovery went. Zerto Analytics allows you to analyze the past, monitor the present, plan for the future. So what does that mean? I can look at my dashboard and see how am I protected right now. What is my RPO across all my different sites, whether they're running on-prem, in the cloud, or at a cloud service provider. We can, of course, use that data and store it for historical reporting. How is my SLA? What has my SLA been for the last month? What has it been over the last 90 days? And use all that data and all that statistical data to plan for the future. What if I want to double the amount of VMs I'm protecting with Zerto right now? What's the impact on my storage? What's the impact on my compute? What kind of environment do I need when I start to replicate to Azure? That's all built into the platform. We talked about reporting before, really, really important. That's why I'm emphasizing it again, giving you that proof that you are actually able to fill over, that you're actually able to prove your recovery right here and right now. And there's so much more we can do, because how do we deliver return on investment to you? We can help you replace multiple point solutions. We have a healthcare organization that reduced their DR solutions from 4 to 1 and saved actually over $10 million. Retail, they completely eliminated a secondary storage site by using the public cloud. That's over $800,000 in savings in 3 years by using the public cloud and removing their DR site. You can improve operational efficiency, up to 16 times decrease in time spent on production support processes. So that's a huge improvement, really helping you, because we have that ability to do multi-site replication, do local replication, build on-demand application sandboxes, you name it. Avoid the cost of downtime. It's a really easy one. Delivering RPOs of seconds on any platform, delivering RTOs in minutes, that's really powerful and really reduces the downtime and reduces data loss. Huge airline out there protects their website and their app that generates over $1 million an hour. That's impact. If that's down for an hour or more, well, that's an easy number, and that's an easy ROI as well. And of course, we help you optimize infrastructure utilization, giving you the flexibility to consolidate and migrate. We have a logistics company that actually merged 21 data centers into 6 in 36 months. That's a huge undertaking, and they've really simplified it by using Zerto. So why should I pick Zerto? One, we help you be available all the time, giving you the ability to deliver that always-on customer experience. We help you with your operational efficiency, streamline your resources, intelligent workload placement, or help you accelerate those digital initiatives, giving you multi-cloud agility. You can move workloads to, from, and between private and public clouds. Again, every platform we support natively, and we support bidirectional replication, whether it's hybrid cloud DR or multi-cloud mobility. So really giving you that flexibility and really giving you that agility to move and protect what you have. Now, there's a lot of other exciting things I can talk about, but I'd like to invite each and every one of you to attend our ZertoCon digital conference. It's free to attend. Please register. It starts at June 10th. Keep an eye out on our website, www.zertocon.com. Registration site will be up soon, and we'll give you the ability to learn about all the new stuff we're doing. We have some really, really exciting announcements there. Thank you very much for your attention, and I'll be answering some questions for you now.
Great presentation, Gijsbert. While we do some Q&A, again, I'm going to bring up the poll question. What additional information would you like about the Zerto solution? I'll just leave that up there for everyone in the audience. First question that came in, Ken is asking, what hardware restrictions are there for storage of the journals, or are these journals stored in the cloud?
So, a great question. It depends on the architecture and the type of target you use. So if you're doing hypervisor to hypervisor replication, we're storing those journals on production grade storage. So that means that if you recover, we don't recover on secondary storage. We recover directly to production grade storage. So that gives us really great RTO. If you're replicating to the cloud, let's say Azure, we'll actually store those journals in what Azure calls block blobs within a storage account. So we're trying to find the best type of storage available in that platform, and of course the most cost-effective type of storage available in that platform. AWS, we use S3, for example. So there's multiple ways to go, but always natively integrated with the platform. So no restrictions. Hardware will just use what's available in that platform.
Okay, nice. I like that. Next question comes from Paul. He's asking, do you currently support CIFS natively?
So currently we support virtual workloads. So that's virtual machines. Of course, if you're presenting CIFS from a virtual machine, we'll happily protect that virtual machine, but there's no native support for CIFS or SMB available right now.
Got it. Okay. Next question, they're asking, what's new in Zerto 8?
Well, I quickly mentioned one thing, that's vVols. We now support vVols, whether it's protecting to vVols or from or installing Zerto components on vVols. So that's one thing. The other big thing is we're always missing one large public cloud. Well, not anymore. We've announced our support for and our partnership with Google Cloud, specifically for VMware on Google Cloud. And that's actually something that's will be GA in June of this year. So we'll start. We'll support that actually from day zero, and many other things. Unfortunately, not enough time to all talk about them. But I gave some of the big highlights right here.
Got it. Okay. Yeah, exciting new stuff. Support for Google Cloud, vVols. Next question. Eric is asking, how is Zerto licensed?
So we license on a per protected VM base. So however many VMs you want to protect, it doesn't matter the size, doesn't matter on what kind of platform they run. It's just on a per VM basis.
Okay. That's easy. Simple. I like that. What's included in a Zerto license?
So there's two licenses. One is the standard license, which gives you basic DR functionality for your hypervisor-based environments. So VMware to VMware, Hyper-V to Hyper-V, one-to-one. And then there's the enterprise license, which includes everything else. So multi-site replication, public cloud, long-term retention capabilities, index and search. Zerto Analytics actually is for both, but with the enterprise license, you get 90 days of history. So there's a lot of things that are in the enterprise license, but it includes everything.
Okay, very nice. Another question, are there any plans to support bare metal replication?
So we get that question a lot. Right now, we don't have anything scheduled from supporting it. So that's unfortunately the answer.
Okay. No problem. Another question, are there different consumption models for Zerto? Does that mean different license editions, or how do you read that?
So I'd say consumption models, yes. We have a perpetual license. So you buy the license, you yearly support, and you're ready to go. And the other one is a subscription model, and we support both. So you can buy Zerto subscription or perpetual.
Okay. And again, can you go through what clouds does Zerto support?
Absolutely. We support AWS EC2. We support Azure. We support Google Cloud through VMware on Google Cloud, IBM Cloud. We also support Azure VMware solution, and any of our 450 plus cloud service providers that offer cloud services as well. So it's a huge ecosystem.
Nice. And Zerto's an all software solution, is that right?
Absolutely, software only. No HCL, no dependencies on specific features. It's all software only, scale-out architecture.
Excellent. So what's the best way to get started, Gijsbert?
www.zerto.com/free trial.
Okay.
I think that's the best way to get your hands-on using the actual software. If you don't want to spend too much time on it, you don't have the hardware available. We have our hands-on labs where you can test it out for yourself. You want to replicate to Azure? No worries. You want to recover from ransomware? No worries. We've got you covered. Go to www.zerto.com and search for hands-on labs. Great way to get started as well.
Awesome. Well, I've put some more technical questions for you there in the folder. Always great to have you on, Gijsbert. A great presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Thanks for having me.
And thank you to Zerto for supporting today's event. Like Gijsbert said, visit Zerto.com. Also check out the handout that's available for download there in your audience console. That is the Zerto IT Resilience Platform Overview. Check that out for more information. All right. And with that, it's time for another gift card drawing. We have another Amazon $500 gift card going to Nicholas Rensel from Michigan. Congratulations, Nicholas Rensel from Michigan. We have one more gift card to give away after our next presentation, so make sure you stay tuned for that. And now it's my pleasure to introduce Mr. Peter Elliman, Director of Product Marketing at Druva. Peter, are you there?
I am, yes, thank you.
Thank you for being on, Peter. Take it away.
Oh, thanks so much. And thank you, everyone, for joining. Topic really is cloud data protection in the age of COVID-19, but I hope it's not an age for very long. I know we're all in it in different ways. And I think it's affecting us clearly, both personally and our businesses. So I'm going to talk briefly just on some of the challenges we've heard from our customers and that we see folks experiencing, and some ways that you might be able to address some of the challenges that you're facing today, like things that you can do really in the next month or two to start to help you, and then certainly going to talk about Druva. So, uncertain times is an understatement. I think many of us have a hard time even understanding what life or business will be like in a month or two, although I hope we're all optimistic that things are going to be better. But one thing that we see across the board is that there's been an increase in cyber-related activities. So insider attacks, data theft, and of course, potential exposures. And sadly, cyber criminals are leveraging the shift in both how people work and what people are doing to really find more holes or leaky spots. And I think the change in the shift to more remote working and different ways of sharing information in order to sort of to get work done or get life done can open up some legal and compliance concerns or issues for companies. And so folks are asking themselves, what are some easy ways to make sure we're staying compliant but able to move forward? Supply chain limitations are real, as much as China is coming back online. Hardware supply chains have definitely been disrupted and will probably be affected for at least a year. And then finally, business continuity readiness, if you will. And I know for a lot of us, probably pandemic response was not as high up as hurricane or tornado or other things. But it's certainly forcing organizations to look more closely at their plans and the tools that they have in place to be able to respond to them. And so, Druva has some things that can help you out there too. So more specifically, what does this mean as it relates to backup and DR? And I think one of the first things is, I would imagine many of you are being asked to, beyond just sort of making sure that everything normally runs as it should, but really what other ways can you find efficiencies or cost savings to really help the business stay running? Because the landscape has changed so much. And if you're like many customers, your data is still growing, and you may have requirements for new hardware in the near future. And the question is, how can you eliminate some of those dependencies on the hardware related supply chains? More specifically, what could you do to future-proof your backup strategy so you didn't have dependencies on outside elements, whether it be people or supply chains, in order to both protect the data, but more importantly, be able to recover it back? I think the security aspect is, of course, very important. We've seen increased number of attacks on backup infrastructure. And as many of you know, ransomware can sometimes sit dormant for, I think the industry average is certainly in that 8 to 10 week range or higher in terms of how long it can sit dormant. So being able to have the ability to sort of go back in time to find the clean recovery point, but more importantly, just feeling more comfortable that that data really is secure and you're able to sort of meet your compliance aspects. And then finally, the increase in data center traffic, I think, is affecting organizations, and they're always looking for ways to reduce the amount of traffic or reduce what's happening there. So a bit about Druva and why we can help you meet some of these challenges. We offer a SaaS platform for data protection across your endpoints, your data centers, workloads, and your cloud workloads. And so that coverage really allows you to have a single platform, single console from which to manage both data protection and governance. But more importantly, because that data is stored in the cloud, we're really able to bring and offer additional value-add services like analytics, bring to bear machine learning capabilities to do things like intelligent of your data to other locations, or provide storage insights into the types of data that you're storing and moving, and perhaps suggest files or data that are not essential to business that you could exclude from your backups or exclude from storing and therefore reduce cost. All right, so with Druva specifically, what can you do today? What can you do in the next month? And really, you can deliver cost savings to the business this year. You can improve your backup security and governance posture, right? And you can eliminate some of the IT bottlenecks that you may be feeling around data protection or DR, and you can strengthen your business resilience. And so I started to talk about some of the ways you might be able to do this. That single pane of glass to protect all of your data across all of your different devices, apps, and data center and workloads. That's one way to strengthen your resilience. All right. Eliminating the need for hardware, software, any related upgrades. That's where you're going to see one part of the significant cost savings. So again, if you have a platform you're on today that has a renewal coming up, or if you're starting to hit the limit on your current storage hardware, your current hardware you have in place, or you expect to in the next 2 to 3 months, not needing to make that purchase, perhaps shifting that workload to the cloud is a real cost savings. And I'll talk more about that in a minute. Druva offers built-in ransomware protection. And the data that you store in Druva is immutable. And because it's in the AWS cloud, it offers you data isolation. So we'll talk a little bit more about that security aspect. And then finally, our platform really offers our solution, a centralized one for all of those different workloads. So today, though, I want to focus more specifically on our data center workloads. And what you see here is direct-to-cloud backup architecture that we offer for those data center workloads. And a large majority of our customers back up and recover directly from the cloud. The performance that we're able to deliver with our cloud, it offers infinite scale, meets the needs largely of all of our customers. We support the workloads you see on the left, typical VMs, NAS, et cetera, as well as VMware's cloud on AWS. Once that data gets into the Druva cloud on top of AWS, it's typically stored in S3, offering you that warm data, if you will. But if you need to store data for longer periods of time, we're able to intelligently steer that data to lower cost storage, and specifically down to a Glacier Deep Archive. And just to kind of put the difference between, say, a Glacier and a Glacier Deep Archive in perspective, GDA is the acronym for Glacier Deep Archive, and it's at least 70% less than Glacier. So for that long-term data, you can realize those savings. And in fact, when you store data in Glacier Deep Archive with Druva, we actually offer an additional 30% reduction on the cost of that storage or that data that you're putting there. And then finally, once it's in that Druva cloud, you have a lot of recovery options, DR in your own VPC, or of course, recovery to different locations. There are some workloads or some instances, say, in a remote office where you don't have the bandwidth to push all the data up to the cloud. And Druva offers a appliance that you can deploy on any sort of hardware to help you meet that. So you'd store a local copy there, and then it replicates into the cloud in the background. We have customers who have sometimes needed to use that, and that's included with the product. It's no additional charge. It's really just meant to be that bridge to help for that small percentage of workloads or use cases where direct to cloud is not going to meet the need. So I talked about delivering cost to your business this year. So a lot of Druva customers realize a 50+% better TCO. Not everyone, but a lot certainly do. And let me just touch on the things as you might expect, right? Hardware and software elimination at multiple sites is a big part of that, right? People switch to Druva sometimes as part of the data center consolidation effort, or just as a way to sort of standardize across different platforms. Extreme storage efficiency. I'll talk a little bit more about our global source-based dedupe, but it's that combined with some of the other value we can bring, the intelligent tiering in the cloud, that really allows us to sort of go that extra distance. And that sort of lower cost automated storage in the cloud also helps people eliminate their reliance on tape, because they really are able to keep that data at a very low cost for 5, 10, 20 years. And then finally, I wouldn't underestimate the administration benefits. So just less time spent doing everything from examining failed backup jobs to all of the storage management and patching related activities. The nice thing with Druva too is we do use a single license metric. So all you pay for is your post-dedupe storage consumption. There's nothing else you need to really worry about. So it's transparent licensing on our website and pretty easy to understand. And then finally, once that data is in the cloud, there's a lot of additional benefits like disaster recovery as a service, or like some of the storage insights capability I mentioned, that really become sort of those additional value adds that often are where customers want to be, what they want to be doing with their data. And those become those additional drivers for saying, yep, now is the time to move to the cloud. And really just, I wanted to share a couple of, I'm not going to certainly read through all these, but just a couple of customers who, in some case studies that you can find on our website, talk about their TCO savings. And you see for some of these customers, different reasons, right? Amore Pacific, for them, a 30% lower TCO, a huge savings a month in terms of the man hours that were associated with data protection. TRC, they got above that 50% TCO, and for them, often that was driven because they had so many different locations where they needed to be able to protect data and be able to provide recovery capabilities. And say Northgate Markets as well. On the far right, you see again a strong, 60% TCO, strong data reduction capabilities. I mean, as all of you know, of course, your data reduction is always dependent on your data and the data types, but our customers do see strong data reduction capabilities, where again, some of the extra value comes in is our ability to sort of offer that globally across multiple sites. And so that's where you can really drive some of that additional value. Security, I want to touch on this because, again, you're looking for quick things that you can do today to improve security of your backup data. You can certainly do it on premises, and obviously there's customers doing it works, obviously encrypting the data and other steps you take to make sure that ransomware can't get at that part of your infrastructure. But that is additional work to sort of build and then to maintain. And so the nice thing is with Druva, when you move that data into the Druva cloud, it's secure, and frankly, it's better isolated because it's not in your data center. It's in the Druva cloud on AWS. And so that means, one, we don't store your data in a readable format. There's no really file system within AWS, so ransomware actually can't execute, even if it's embedded somewhere and it were to get there. Druva, does data sharding on the data, so even if someone ever got at some of that data, they're not really going to be able to make sense of what's there. Of course, because Druva runs on the AWS infrastructure, you're going to benefit from the strong network security that AWS has. And then obviously, Druva also conforms to very strong and recognized standards as it relates to security. And lastly, with Druva and with the data you move into our cloud, we use industry standard envelope encryption. Right? So that's used by a lot of SaaS providers, but the bottom line is you control the key to your data, not Druva. And more importantly, you don't have any key management to worry about. So you're getting this encryption, you're able to step away from the key management piece, and you can rest assured that right, Druva on our end, we can't read it. If you were to lose access, if your primary admin loses access, then you have some real problems. So you build in the right protocols at the start to make sure you have a way to super admin to get into that data. And really, we've got thousands of customers, and they're all. Let's talk a little bit about bottlenecks, right? And if you're trying to ensure that your backups are not only happening, your recoveries can happen, let's talk about at least some of the areas where we see our customers feeling the pain with traditional on-premises backup. Both pain and cost, frankly. And what you see here on the slide, numbered out is sort of 1, 2, 3, 4. Right, that first side is those production workloads that you're having to protect. And really often you've just got too much data at the source right there that you're needing to move. And so that's where that global source-based deduplication can be very powerful. The backup software, so whether it's software or running on an appliance, you're often constrained by the number of backup jobs you might be able to run simultaneously, given what you have there. And that might occur really at the backup application layer, or maybe it applies on the storage. Again, it could all be integrated as an appliance, but typically you're going to run into, most of our customers have run into constraints because maybe the appliance is doing some storage cleanup or other operations, and that's inhibiting your ability to perform that. Again, I mentioned the global dedupe, so that appliance too will have limited terms of capabilities. So even if you have your remote offices deduping into that one data center, if you have multiple data centers, you're not going to be getting dedupe across all those locations. And then finally, going up to the cloud. So maybe you're using cloud as a sort of cloud out, or as another storage tier out from your existing on-premises. But if you are, you're really not getting a lot of the value add, both from a deduplication perspective and from storage insights and disaster recovery that you could get if you were using a cloud native approach. And really, so what you see on the side is and how we eliminate some of those bottlenecks. And I think I've already really talked through some of those at that first point, that global source dedupe and incremental forevers, the infinite scale of our cloud, both from the backup and recovery side, the storage savings you get by keeping that data in a cloud, and then the value add services. Once that data lives in the cloud, you really can do a lot more with it. Good segue into really DR, because that's certainly one of the big value add services that we offer. And here I do want to I'm going to talk both about the core DR capability that we offer with the Druva Phoenix product, and that's our data center product. But I'm also going to talk about Druva Cloud Ranger, which is our solution for AWS workloads. Because really here you can get an additional layer of protection or capability that you want. And hopefully it's clear from the picture. What's nice is really you have a single portal for both data center and cloud workloads if you need. A lot of our customers have some of that, both data center and cloud workloads. From the Druva side, from the data center side, we're able to automate that DR stance, that failover. So you're able to create your own runbook and perform both failover and failback into your own VPC on Amazon. And more importantly, you're able to do unlimited testing, because as many of you know, if you've worked or done DR related work, testing is a critical part, because parts of the infrastructure or plans inevitably change. So that's a huge value. And Druva builds in a lot of other capabilities into how that failover failback works. For example, we'll check credentials and other things for you as part of a pre-failover check. So we built in a lot of additional features. Security as well. So we leverage native AWS security capabilities, leveraging the IAM-based capabilities when you're accessing your own VPC. If you want to leverage Druva Cloud Ranger and you want to replicate those DR copies that you have to another region, that's where Druva Cloud Ranger can take over, right? Because it can manage and replicate across region or different accounts as well if you want data that you already have in your AWS VPC. So that's that kind of additional value add. And then finally, one last piece on the, of course, recovery piece. So, Druva has a unique process in terms of our ability to take that VM that you've replicated into your own VPC and turn it into an image you can start using right away. And that's how we're really able to offer an RTO of minutes from when you've done that failover. And just to wrap up, really, a couple of customers here who've solved some of the same data protection challenges you might be facing for data center workloads. Customers like Premier Networks, right, who saw 50% faster backup and restores with Druva versus the Dell EMC Avamar on-premises infrastructure they had. Or MFX. We've got a great story of both these customers on our website, where they found, again, a 2x faster backup with Druva, specifically around both SQL and VMs. And finally, Paul, down there on the lower right, DR was a huge piece. And so, Druva's ability to take care of backup, to offer an easy-to-use way to have DR and eliminate an additional site was a huge piece for them. So the Druva SaaS platform, a lot of them to consider it. One, around cost savings and things you can do. I mean, when you move to the cloud and when you move to the Druva cloud, you're able to ride the cost savings, right? We've passed on declining costs in cloud storage to our customers. As I mentioned, our transparent and simple licensing also makes it very easy for you to understand and predict where you might be. It's easy to deploy. So if you've got some workloads where you're running out of storage, you can deploy Druva in under 15 minutes. There's no training, no procurement, and no big contracts to sign, no support. You pay for the data you store as you consume it. So that's a great way. And finally, it's very easy to manage because, again, we've eliminated a lot of the daily administration related to your infrastructure and your storage, and certainly you're not doing any kind of upgrading or patching. Druva's been around for a while, and we've been recognized not only by analysts like Forrester, where we were named a strong performer in their data resiliency wave, but also receiving awards on the Gartner Peer Insight Network, where customers, not Druva, go and comment on their sort of happiness with the product experience, everything from the deployment to the use to the support. And again, Druva received one of the highest rankings of all the other folks there on both the DRaaS ranking and ultimately received an award for backup recovery in February of this year. So next steps, I hope you'll consider. One is to find your savings. Go visit tco.druva.com, and you can plug in some numbers and set your timeline. And even if you're doing a 3-year timeline, I guarantee you we can help you find some savings in under a year. Get a demo. We'd love to dive deeper. Or even better, start a trial. So I hope you'll consider some of these next steps as we go forward. Thanks for your time.
Great presentation, Peter. Thank you. We do have some questions here for you. While we do that, just let me bring up this poll for the audience that says, what additional information would you like about the Druva solution? So I encourage everyone to answer that question. Let's see, first question that came in, Peter, is can I configure Druva's product from a remote location without coming on site to my remote office?
Yep, absolutely. I mean, again, Druva is a SaaS-based platform. If you have access to the servers or systems you want to protect, you would simply just deploy an agent, essentially, for, well, depending on the workload, but you typically would deploy an agent for, say, file server or for NAS.
Okay.
And NAS we use a proxy server.
Okay. Yeah, that makes it easy, especially for a company that has many remote locations or edge locations that they need to get protected. Next question, Melina is asking, can you provide more details on getting the initial seed to the cloud?
Sure. Well, the customers can use either. We have customers running backups in parallel as they transition off their existing platform. So that's, you might say, well, that's the obvious way. We also support AWS Snowball Edge. So you're able to request the Druva product, and then typically we have a quick call with you to get the sizing related information set on the Snowball Edge. And then once the Snowball Edge arrives to your site, you're able to move that data to the Snowball Edge, and then the Snowball Edge is shipped back and the data is put into Druva, and essentially the Druva system syncs up things. So the nice thing is Snowball Edge doesn't have to disrupt necessarily what's occurring, and then we're able to sort of sync up your system once Snowball Edge gets in there.
Very nice. I like that you're leveraging the AWS Snowball Edge to do that. Very cool. Next question, you talked about the TCO. How is Druva able to offer such a low TCO?
Right. Well, like a lot of customers are either, what we find are either over, right? So you've either bought more infrastructure than you need, or at least you've bought infrastructure that you're not using 24 hours a day, or maybe you're under provision, which means you're sort of maybe not able to meet some of your RPOs or RTOs. So you know, that the cloud sort of solves part of that over-under challenge, right, at a better value point. And so we're able to do that by helping you to eliminate a lot of the hardware or all the hardware you need for backup. The global source deduplication makes that possible, and incremental forevers by reducing what's going up there. The cloud scale, right, means, again, you don't need this infrastructure on premises in order to scale. The local recovery point makes it easier for you to move to cloud for that maybe 5 or 10% of workloads that need some sort of local recovery point or a lack of bandwidth. And then finally, the savings in people time. So less administrative overhead, backup admin time is huge.
Yeah, great points. There's a lot to coming up with the total TCO. There's a lot of factors to include there. So good information, good detail. Another question, how does your performance look like, or what does your performance look like? Can cloud really meet data center RPO and RTO objectives?
Yeah, so I probably, I touched on a little of those, but I think what I'd say is yes. I mean, hopefully I shared a couple of customers there who are seeing, you know, up to 50% better performance from what they had on premises. So I would encourage you to go back and take another look, because Druva is not the same as just sort of pushing your backup data to the cloud. We are a completely different approach, being SaaS-based and cloud-native to cloud backup. So yes, we can deliver the performance you need at a significantly lower price.
Okay, excellent. Well, I mean, since this is a software-only solution and it protects the data in the cloud, it sounds like it would be very easy to get started. I mean, if someone wanted to try Druva, can you kind of walk us through the process or the steps?
Yes, the best way to try Druva ultimately is to reach out and get a demo, because I think what we want to do is walk you through a demo. That doesn't take long. You can get a demo in less than 30 minutes. There's not a lot of wrangling to make it happen. And then we're happy to set up a trial for you. That's where you can use it. In fact, we've had customers using in a trial who have experienced a ransomware attack and actually weren't able to recover data from their existing infrastructure, but were able to recover data from what they had running in their trial. And you can migrate from your trial directly to production without any problem. So it's pretty easy to get going.
Very nice. Very nice. Yeah, it sounds super easy. Sounds like a great product for helping companies to get improved data protection and disaster recovery and do it at affordable, in an affordable way. So thank you so much for being on the event today, Peter.
Thank you for the time.
And thank you to Druva for supporting today's event. Make sure you check out the handout that's available for download there. It's a white paper in your audience console entitled, "You Need to Simplify Remote Backup, and Here's Why." So go ahead and download that resource, really nicely, well done resource, and check it out after the event. And with that, it's time for our final gift card giveaway on the event today. That's going to Jonathan Bobbane Brown from Maryland. Congratulations, Jonathan Bobbane Brown from Maryland. And congratulations to all the 6 winners on today's EcoCast event. Before you go, I want to remind you to check out the 10 on Tech podcast. It's over in the iTunes store. It's from Actual Tech Media, where we interview innovative enterprise technology leaders. Also, if you're interested in sponsoring an upcoming event, if you have a data protection or disaster recovery solution, cloud solution, another enterprise technology solution, reach out to us at connect@actualtechmedia.com. And finally, I want to remind everyone on Friday, we have a special event coming up. This is our first in the Gorilla Guide webinar series, and it's an event entitled Supporting a Remote Workforce, Policy, Technology, and Reality. We're going to have 14 10-minute presentations along with 4 independent speakers on this event on Friday. We will have some prizes as well. So make sure that you register for that event. It's on our website, events.actualtechmedia.com. And after we end this webinar here, your browser will be automatically directed to our events homepage, and feel free to register for that event. If you haven't already, it's going to be a fun event. Lots of independent content, lots of really cool remote workforce solutions will be on display. We'll be doing live demos, video interviews, all kinds of cool stuff. So hope to see you there. I hope everyone enjoyed today's data protection, disaster recovery as a service, and disaster recovery EcoCast event. Stay safe, take care, and have a good day. Bye-bye.